morning via Zoom. What is the only mammal with 4 knees? Never heard this before. We're going to go to Nancy, who's joining us via Zoom. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning.
All right, Nancy, enlighten us. What's the only mammal with 4 knees, please?
Would that be an ostrich?
It is not an ostrich.
Oh. I thought maybe they kept 2 in a bag.
The ostrich is not a mammal.
Ah.
It's a bird. All right, so we need to get...
Elephant?
What?
No, I was just guessing another one now.
Oh, no, we got to go to somebody else. Sorry, Nance. All right, Marissa, if you could, when you get a chance, pull somebody else up. I'll get into our first story here. Blake Lively has joined her husband, Ryan Reynolds, in trying to get a defamation suit filed by Justin Baldani against her dismissed. And in the new filing, she argues that Baldani's lawsuit is retaliation for her filing a sexual harassment claim against him. Now, Lively's attorney specifically invoked a law that protects sexual harassment accusers in their request for dismissal. The law was signed into law in 2023 in response to multiple defamation suits being filed against women who had spoken up during the Me Too movement. But it doesn't stop there. Hang on a second.
Yes.
It sounds like it's flanging, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, it's my mic is turned the wrong way.
Thank you.
I
Oh, my
literally
God.
just
I thought it was my headphones.
I thought it was my headphones.
I was going to say something. We went into break.
Okay.
I just sent a message to Nick. I go, does his microphone
Yeah.
sound weird?
Yeah.
What's going on?
All right, there we go. It was turned sideways.
Okay, much
Remember
better.
yesterday I was fussing with the mics,
And
Kathy?
that's exactly
But
what I thought
also,
of.
I had to
Something's wrong
go.
with this. It doesn't sound.
I had to go hit buttons in the other studio prior to all of
You
this
thought it
because
was-
Jackie Bam Bam sometimes takes it out of program, blah blah blah.
He changes
And,
everything.
and he hits knobs and buttons that he shouldn't be hitting.
He doesn't even know what they did.
Well, now we fixed it. We're good.
Yeah.
All right, so anyhow, back to the story. So this doesn't stop there. Blake's lawyers say that the law means that Baldani is actually on the hook for her attorney fees as well as damages if his suit gets thrown out. According to this source, in other words, if an Epic self-own, they have created more liability in an Epic self-own. They have created more liability for themselves by their malicious efforts to sue Ms. Lively into oblivion.
So as this plays out, and I was trying to understand this, Preston. So let's say you are this guy, and you've done, hypothetically, he's done nothing wrong. Mm-hmm. He gets accused of these allegations of him being sexually aggressive or whatever. I mean, do you have to just take it, or can you have a reciprocal lawsuit back?
I think you have to wait till the first one is over.
Yeah.
And then you can do it.
But in that time, as it goes on, and I understand the Me Too sentiment, and I understand all that, in that amount of time, say for it's a year and a half, 2 years in the court system, you can destroy someone's livelihood and everything, which is what he's claiming.
Right.
So I don't know where I'm coming
then I
down on
guess-
this, but that seems like...
Then I guess maybe if he's exonerated in that, then he can counter, you know what I mean?
But the damage has been done at that point, right?
But hopefully you can recuperate. Well, then hopefully recuperate in the countersuit. You know, I don't know. Man. Yeah.
We're all pre-med.
All right, let's see if we get an answer. And it is, the question is, what is the only mammal with 4 knees? We now go to Blake. Speaking of Blake, say Blake. Good morning, bud.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, sir.
By the way, Blake is rocking a Zac Efron vibe. Are you getting that?
Thanks, man.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, so what is the only mammal with 4 knees, sir?
That would be an elephant.
That is correct. Yes. You got it, Blake. Hang on.
Meaning that the joints bend that way?
We are going to, I guess, maybe they have kneecaps. I don't really know. All right, so we're going to set you up with a $50 point card to Arnold's Family Fun Center, and it's this week's big friggin' deal. And you can get 2 $50 point cards for the price of 1. Enjoy go-karts, mini golf, bowling, and more. Action-packed excitement for all ages at Arnold's Family Fun Center in Oaks. You can get this exclusive offer while supplies last at WMMR.com/deals. Kim Kardashian is not taking Kanye West's ongoing public attacks lightly. The rapper who has been sharing anti-Semitic statements, attacking artists like Beyonce and more, also recently attacked the Kardashians as sex traffickers. The reality TV star said that it would be is said to be worried about the long-term impact
Well, that's one less invite for Thanksgiving.
that his public statements on social media could have on their children. So sources told TMZ that Kim is devastated about how things are going, and she's been working very hard to protect the kids from anything that might affect their view of their dad, but he's making it difficult.
I can't believe that's who she chose to have kids with.
Well, so
Like, she
look
could
at the
pick-
whole array of them. You
But
know,
she could pick anyone, really. And
well, at that
that's what
time,
you chose.
you know, do you remember? By the way, going to that point, do you remember when he said he became aware of her and got into her? Was watching the porn movie. Was watching the. That's is that what you tell someone? I mean, you're supposed to wait to the 5th date before you say it's the porn movie.
But I guess, Kathy, before he went off the deep end, he must have had some kind of charisma. You know what I mean?
He was a musical genius at that time.
I would like you to listen to Poopity Scoop.
I just think once you got to know him, he was always a little off the wall. You know what I mean? Like, she had to have seen something, and now we're just all seeing it.
At the time, he was the hottest thing, and so I think there's part
That's
of that
part of
glow.
it too.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
right, Steve. So a source shared with Page Six that Beyonce and Jay-Z have been discussing their legal options when it comes to dealing with him after he attacked their children in a tweet storm. He had apparently, the source says Jay-Z and Beyonce are aware of the post Kanye has since deleted and are discussing how they want to handle this situation, whether it be privately and or in a legal matter.
Do you ever leave the house without your umbrella and realize it's a tweet storm outside?
Demi Moore honored Bruce Willis's 70th birthday with a heartfelt Instagram post featuring recent family photos. The pictures captured sweet moments between Bruce and Demi, their daughters and granddaughter, offering fans a rare look at the legendary actor since his retirement in 2022. Of course, he had the aphasia diagnosis, and it was eventually progressed to frontal temporal dementia. They were married from 1987 to 2000, and they have 3 daughters, Rumor, Scout, and Tallulah, who each posted their own touching birthday tributes. Rumor shared a sweet video of her parents dancing, while Scout reflected on her father's impact, saying, "The music I make, the magic I create, and the magnetic mischief I incite, that's my father's legacy alive in the world."
Sorry, go ahead.
She praised her dad's unforgettable characters, calling him a spaceman, a hero with a badge, and a sassy detective with unparalleled banter.
That video, and it appeared to be like super recent. I was wondering if it was one that was from years ago, but he's having a wonderful time. He's dancing, he's smiling, he's engaging, and they're all loving the moment. It's a really sweet video.
It's great that they're. I mean, it's unfortunate that obviously this is happening to him, but that support system seems to be really, really strong. Dude, I was sad to see this. We were just talking about this guy recently, actor Wings Hauser.
Yes.
It was his birthday not that long ago. Versatile character actor, known for his intense turns in movies like JoJo Dancer, Your Life is Calling, Vice Squad, which is what we were talking about not that long ago, and Tough Guys Don't Dance. He passed away. He was 77.
It was Cole Hauser's father?
Cole Hauser's father is Wings Hauser, and I knew that name. I knew him first.
Yeah.
Preston, you've seen the movie Vice Squad.
Yeah.
That's where you first hear the phrase, "Go ahead, make your move, make my day," which was later co-opted for a Clint Eastwood movie.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So Hauser's death over the weekend was announced on the Facebook page of the indie film and music studio that he ran with his third wife, Callie. No other details were immediately available. Hauser had his breakthrough when he starred as a psychopath pimp known as Ramrod in Vice Squad. That was in 1982.
Do you remember his thing was he would use like car aerials and
coat hanger.
Coat hangers, yeah.
Yeah, he also sang the theme song to the movie, Neon Slime. Later, he played a racist U.S. Army officer in a soldier story, a cocaine dealer in JoJo Dancer, and a cop in Tough Guys Don't Dance. His first prominent role came when he joined the cast of CBS soap opera The Young and the Restless. He played Greg Foster in 1977, and he stuck with the role for 3 seasons and then came back for a couple of episodes in 2010. And he was in tons of TV shows, China Beach, Roseanne, Beverly Hills 90210, just to name a few. But 77 years old, no cause of death or anything like that. And obviously he's survived by his son, Cole Hauser.
It's kind of young, man.
Yellowstone, Rip Wheeler. And he's in Good Will Hunting, too.
I wonder if if Wings was at all helpful with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck getting that movie made, because he was an established actor, and those guys had done some roles.
Right.
But I wonder if he had any connections that were helpful to them.
It's quite possible.
Yeah, I was sad to see that. Wow. Abbott Elementary star Quinta Brunson has filed for divorce from her husband.
When I saw this, I had no idea she was married.
Yeah, they've only been married for 3 years, Steve. Kevin J. Anik is his name. In court docs, the actress listed the couple's date of separation as to be determined and cited irreconcilable differences as the reason for the split. She noted that the pair entered into a post-nuptial agreement which governs the disposition of their property.
Post-nuptial?
Yeah, I'm not familiar. But
I'm not giving you anything.
The two have been married since October 2021.
You're not getting any alimony. I don't want any alimony.
Preston, I have an update if you'd like.
Yeah.
Breaking news.
Once again, I've lost the bet. I got an email from Steve Cohen. We met Steve last week down at spring training, and he's the orthopedic surgeon for the Phillies. Really nice guy. Came over and chatted with us for a bit.
Yeah.
Listening on my way into surgery this morning. By the way, a surgeon listens to our show.
Unbelievably.
Orthopedic surgeon. Listening on my way into surgery today this morning. FYI, the Phillies are returning home before taking the train to D.C. for the first series. Sorry. So I am 0 for 2. Kathy,
Dumb
have a nice weekend.
Nick, is there any way that he can add to the operations today, pulling your head out of your ass?
I love it.
Hey, Steve. Dr. Cohen.
Kathy and 2 bottles of Dom now.
Oh, my
Or
God.
do you upgrade your original to a more expensive?
Dom is expensive.
I mean,
No,
what,
but
you can go.
That's what I said to him. I go, all right, so I don't want 2 bottles. Just get me 1 nice bottle.
Okay.
All right.
One time, by the way, President, we brought Dom Perignon to a New Year's party. They served it in plastic cups.
Yeah.
You know what? The only time I ever had Cristal was out of a plastic cup in a limousine.
Oh, wow.
The only time I went out and bought a bottle of Dom was for a New Year's Eve party, and at about 3 a.m., I was smelling it as I was puking it right into the trash can. And literally, I'm throwing up. I'm going, damn it.
You're so
I
expensive.
paid so much money for this.
No.
All right. So, Steve, I started rewatching The Last of Us in preparation for the next season coming up. And there's a story about one of the stars. She was also in Game of Thrones, or they were also in Game of Thrones. Bella Ramsey has revealed in an interview with British Vogue that the actor has been diagnosed with autism.
Saw this.
Ramsey explains that a crew member on The Last of Us with a daughter with autism assumed that they had autism as well. And that assumption inspired Ramsey to get a psychiatric assessment, which led to a formal diagnosis. The actor describes finally knowing as freeing. They said it enables me to walk through the world with more grace towards myself. About not being able to do the easy everyday tasks that everyone else seems to be able to do.
Well, she can. I mean, or they, I guess, can act. Can
Yes.
lines of dialogue. I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. So Ramsey also said the condition has helped them their career, adding having to learn more manually how to socialize and interact with people around me has helped me with acting.
Those two together they were at some sort of function and they had their arms around each other and they were hugging each other. There is really a real paternal sort of thing going on with him.
I agree. So it comes out in a couple of weeks. The new episode, April 13th is when that starts. So I'm looking forward to it. So let's see what else we got here for you. Jack Black has released a new original song. It's called I Feel Alive, off the soundtrack for a Minecraft movie. And this new song follows Black releasing Peaches for the Super Mario Brothers movie. In a Minecraft movie, it features a ton of dangerous stuff like zombies and dragons, and the song plays on all of that with Black singing, for example, I don't want to be running from zombies for the rest of our lives. The upcoming movie stars, of course, him, Jason Momoa, Danielle Brooks, Emma Myers, and Sebastian Hansen, and that will hit theaters on April 4th.
So with the Minecraft fans in your various spheres, how are they reacting to what they're seeing?
I've heard, I mean, so my kids, I think I talked to, maybe I talked to all of them, but they didn't have high hopes for it.
No, okay. They weren't turned on by the trailer.
And not very much so, which is interesting. So I'm curious, and I haven't heard any real interest level from them either, like they want to get out and see it right away or anything like that. But we'll see. We'll see. Let me see here. The first teaser trailer for director Paul Thomas Anderson's One Battle After Another has dropped. The brief trailer features Leonardo DiCaprio, Regina Hall, Tiana Taylor, and Sean Penn, mainly focusing on people shooting guns in a field. It even features a baby who, when they grow up, also gets to shoot a gun in a field.
They should have the baby shooting a gun in the field. That'd be really cool.
The full trailer is set to drop next week. And before this teaser was released, the only details about the movie were that it was in a contemporary setting and that it was an ensemble piece. So I have no idea what it's about. Those are some big names.
In the clip that's been released, DiCaprio looks kind of like a drifter.
Really?
Like a real, like he's not a pretty boy.
Okay. All right. Let's see. This was cool to see. Disney's annual shareholders meeting revealed that the House of Mouse is thinking years down the line, and CEO Bob Iger announced that the studio is working on a sequel to the 2017 animated hit Coco.
God, I love that movie.
Oh, yeah. Giacchino posted something about it yesterday. I don't know if you saw that, Preston.
I did not.
Okay.
No.
Coco is a delightful movie. It is not it's in the upper tier for me, but I enjoyed it a lot. And visually, it's stunning.
Boy, it's one of those that makes me cry my eyes out when I see it, though, man. There's some moments in there where you're just like, oh, my God.
Yeah, it deals with death.
Well, it's all about death. It's pretty wild.
Oh, my God.
But the grandmother and all that.
Forgetting about people after they're gone. Like, oh, my God. Oh,
I
my God.
Coco made me cry.
Coco.
Yeah, they announced.
Coco made me cry.
They announced the director, and Michael Giacchino shared that in his stories because he did the music for the first one for Coco 2. I don't know if he'll do the music for the second one, but the director is Lee Unkrich.
Okay.
I'm not sure who that person is, but Adrian Molina will be the co-director.
It does not hit theaters until 2029, by the way.
Here's what they need to do, though, is get, so much if you look at the rosters, so reboots, remakes, so I can guarantee you in short order there will be a live-action Coco at some point.
Yep.
And they're doing all this sort of stuff. And return to, taking chances now on some properties.
Dude, that would lend itself to a live stage show because of all of the crystal
pageantry,
skulls,
all that stuff, yeah.
Really, really cool. Oh, and I wanted to mention this before we wrap the entertainment report. Shark Tank is hosting an open casting call in Philadelphia on Friday, April 11th. It will be at the Event Center at Rivers, the casino. And if you have a groundbreaking product, a game-changing business plan, or an idea that could make millions, this is your opportunity to pitch it directly to the show's casting team.
The show is on fire. We have been flirting with the notion of doing something called Shark Tank. For the longest time.
Yep.
That was basically this.
Yeah.
But if you were, if you have something, give it a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'd be great if we could do that. We just don't have any money to help you with it.
Right. And we have no business savvy whatsoever.
None.
Yeah. We just sit there and go, that's pretty good.
Yeah, maybe we could do an ad campaign or something like that. You could win an ad campaign.
You get the exposure on air of your product.
Yeah. So entrepreneurs must be 18 years or older or accompanied by a parent or guardian to participate. Wristbands will be distributed between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. and interviews begin at 10 a.m. No one will be allowed in the lineup before 8 a.m. on April 11th. Those who receive a wristband within the allotted time will have the chance to deliver a 1-minute pitch, just as they would in front of Mark Cuban, Laurie Grenier, and the rest of the Sharks. A complete short application is required to pitch. This application can be downloaded in advance, and organizers stress the importance of filling it out fully and legibly before arriving. Attendees are responsible for their own parking, and security may check bags upon entry. So Philly-based entrepreneurs have made waves on Shark Tank in the past. Last year, Max Litchi and Kausi Rahman of Chomp Saw landed a $250,000 investment from Mark Cuban and Laurie Grenier for their kid-friendly cardboard cutting tool. And they've sold nearly 10,000 units, bringing in over $2.1 million in revenue.
Yeah.
Another success story is Black Paper Party. This holiday wrapping paper company, co-founded in Philly by Madia Willis. The business specializes in gift wrap featuring Black Santas and festive characters, secured a $250,000 deal with Barbara Corcoran. And then there's Simply Good Jars, the Philly-based fresh salad company that pivoted to retail during the pandemic and won $500,000 from Cuban and Grenier. And the company is now stocked in Walgreens and convenience stores across the country.
Also, Scrub Daddy is local as well.
Yes.
And they were
and that was Shark Tank?
It was definitely Shark
But
Tank.
wasn't City Kitty Daddy.
Yes, she was Bucks County.
And that was a Shark Tank thing. Now I don't know how successful all those have become. But
I mean, Scrub Daddies, you can find them anywhere. They're in Target.
yeah,
So
we use them at home.
I love them.
Yeah. All
You
right,
should send us stuff.
we are ready for clips. Here we go.
We do have movies opening this week.
Movies opening this week. Ah! Opening this weekend is Snow White, a fantasy adventure drama, stars Rachel Zegler, Gal Gadot, and Andrew Burnap. The story in the role Rachel Zegler and the title role in Gal Gadot as her stepmother, the evil queen. The magical music adventure journeys back to the timeless story with beloved characters Bashful, Doc Dopey, Grumpy, Happy, Sleepy, and Sneezy. Hour and 49 minutes long, rated PG, wide theater release, and it's only clocking in at 47% on Rotten Tomatoes. Then The Alto Knights. The Alto Knights is a crime drama, and it stars Robert De Niro, and Deborah Messing. Two of New York's most notorious organized crime bosses, Frank Costello and Vito Genovese, vie for control of the city streets. Once the best of friends, petty jealousies and a series of betrayals place them on a deadly collision course that will reshape the mafia and America forever. 2 hours long. It's rated R, and it's a wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes gives that a 38%. And then the last one is Popeye the Slayer Man.
Stop it.
It's a horror mystery, and it says here in the description, you don't know them, so why bother? As far as stars. So a curious group of friends sneak into an abandoned spinach canning factory.
This is real? Plot. This is real?
Yeah, dude.
Right. You know, because all these things are now becoming public domain.
Doesn't mean that they should make the movie.
But. To investigate the legend of the Sailor Man, who is said to haunt the factory and local docks. It is an hour and 28 minutes long. It's rated R. It's a limited theater release, and there is no score available for
That's
this
good
on
sign.
Rotten Tomatoes, of course. Yes. All right. Oh my God, we're looking at.
Yeah, wait to see the Slayer Man.
You got to see a clip of Popeye, and he obviously has the big forearms. Oh my God, that's going to be.
It's not Rooker, is it?
So bad.
No.
Oh, okay. It kind of looked like Michael Rooker for a second.
There's nobody notable in it.
Okay.
All right, we're ready for the clips, y'all. So, Honora swept the Oscars, winning 5 of its 6 nominations. And here, Mikey Madison speaks about how the film impacted her personally.
There will always be a small part of me that carries around the experience of making the film and the character, because it has changed my life in so many ways. You know, not all of this that's happening right now, but just the experience of being able to work with Sean Baker, the experience of learning and meeting incredible people from the sex work community.
Could you shut up?
Honora is now available to stream, and that's on Hulu. Here's our next clip. The new live-action Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs features a plethora of musical performances. And in this clip, Martin Kleba, who plays Grumpy, praises Rachel Zegler's performance as the Disney princess.
We all pulled off something really amazing, you know, musically, but Rachel Zegler just knocked it out of the park. I mean, she is so amazing when she sings. She really just makes you fall right into the story, and you forget anything else that's going on.
Shut the f*** up!
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs does open today in theaters, as we said earlier, and there's your entertainment report this morning. We got a bunch of things going on today. We have joining us in the 8 o'clock hour, Landon Dickerson of your Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles, and joining him in the studio will be Steve DeLong. There's a fundraiser coming up with the Eagles and their autism charity, so we'll get to the details on that later on. 9 o'clock hour, Christopher Titus is stopping by. That means, folks, that we're going to have to get to the Connoisseur next.
Yeah.
I got some good stuff for you, and we have some things to give away as well. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. It is indeed Friday, so hang on to that, my friend. Back in a moment.
Preston and Steve. Care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know
I
what
might
would.
even break out the wand. at which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the whole
Oh
thing.
my God. He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely. Hedwig?
Yeah.
That's his
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God. Not the sorting hat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
He's gone off the deep end.
That's when Rickman became bored with the character. And he decided he needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh,
It's
wow.
because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck, mutta truck, or mutta trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless
he
me,
does.
Father, for I have sinned. Yes. I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role, Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No. I just thought I'd talk about
I just
this.
wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's
Me neither.
Question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
A man was spotted riding on the hood of a car barreling down the express lane of I-95 in Florida late Sunday. It appeared to be talking on the phone while he was doing it.
Yes, that's with anchovies and pepperoni, please.
Yeah, he's on the hood of a car going about 70 miles an hour. The driver in the other car that was filming this says the words, "What the actual F?" We're in mid-highway.
He's one hand holding on to the crease of the hood, and the other hand holding the phone to his ear.
A female passenger in the car seemingly could not believe what her eyes were seeing. According to the video, she said, "What is that? Oh, my God." The driver, Daniel Maida, who was filming this, told the Miami News Times that the man on the hood was somehow hanging on to the Mercedes-Benz C300 with one hand and appeared to be talking on the phone with his other hand. A woman behind the wheel.
Now, baby, I know I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. But I think we can work this out. I just want you to listen to me, or at least slow down by 20 miles an hour.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have two here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say, because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Oh, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs. So
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you, I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw, I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow.
So that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love, we all love. That is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
And Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this. Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always.
Yeah.
When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." Yeah. And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. Yeah. That's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Yeah.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you did, look at that, like all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together.
Okay.
So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do, because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and then all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. Yeah. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself.
Right.
And I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Did it start at 9?
Yeah.
Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Did they initially, or because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up?
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show. Period. Like they had no idea what was going to happen. But once the show was successful, then it was like, every network strategy is going to be, how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted. What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward.
Yeah, want to do that again. But there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah,
no, that's a good question. We were wondering about that, about the. Preston and I were having a talk earlier about the comedy club or the theater. when you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should be allowed. There's there's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette, and there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're right.
Then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who were in
That's
the club.
why I didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be
out of
allowed.
here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes, you lift 100%. A clip out, you lift a soundbite out of context, and people are going to go ape.
It's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
If the light is on,
you can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going,
right?
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up, and then kill the people's?
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going to ruin it for other people. That makes total sense.
Sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Which is also
pulling his phone
good.
out. But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm Gonna Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really. He and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
got it done.
Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it, and
they were essential.
Yeah,
they were what Leslie Nielsen.
WMMR.
Quickly before we dive into this segment, I do want to mention a personal thing. A while back, I brought in some for show and tell. I brought some toys in to show you guys. And I had a promotional item from the movie Toy Story 2. It was Al's Toy Barn. It was all of the toys that McDonald's released in conjunction with that film. And I had this display that they're all in. They are brand new. I never touched any of it.
Pristine.
Absolutely pristine
satisfying
condition.
All the elements that collectors look for. These are basically as clean as the day you were given them.
So that and a few other things have gone up on auction on archiveauction.com. They're located in Lansdale. It's this really cool place, and I got to thank Tank, the guy who runs the shop over there, who's got these up and running now. So the items are now active, and you can bid on them, and not for very long. So I think it ends on the 2nd of April. Is when the local sale. So there's a local and a shipping sale. So the local stuff you have to go pick up, and the shipping sale closes on the 9th. And within the shipping sale is the Toy Story 2 Al's Toy Barn. I also have one from a couple of other Disney things like Atlantis. I had a similar toy pack for that. Never touched. Brand new stuff. And then it's actually, he named it on the website, the Preston Elliott Collection.
I love that. And
Kathy,
also, you have competition now, Kathy, with your jewelry line.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And also my Budweiser beer steins and my Derby glasses. The Kentucky Derby collectible glasses are all up for bids now.
It started. You hear it?
You can hear the excitement right now. So go to archiveauction.com. It's a little tough to navigate. I eventually found my items, but if you dig around a bit, or if you search on Preston, you should be able to find them.
So just put in Preston in the search bar.
Yeah, archiveauction.com. So I'd like to move these products and get them into a home where someone will appreciate them. All this stuff has just been in storage forever. I'm not looking to make bank on this. I just want them to go to someone who will appreciate them, use them, display them, maybe get some kind of a satisfaction out of it.
The way to find out it's going to go to someone who really wants it is that if they pay a little bit to get it.
Yeah.
Rather than just putting it like in a bin somewhere.
Right.
But especially with the Toy Story stuff, those are real collectibles.
By the way, the bidding starts at $5.
Wow.
So get started on it.
Let's get that up to 10.
Archiveauction.com. All right. Today is Friday. Let's do the Connoisseur.
Okay.
It's time for the Friday edition of the Connoisseur.
All right. Lots of stories to share with this morning and stuff to give away as well. And it is brought to you by Acme Markets.
I was there yesterday.
The official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. We're going to give away $50 Acme Market gift cards for the movie lines when we play them. So we'll start off with a story, though, first, and then we'll get into the movie lines. Or do we do the movie lines first?
No.
Okay. All right. So I have two stories in this first Connoisseur segment. And it is from Michael Klein's Let's Eat newsletter. Marissa got this. She's kind of my inside person for the food stories.
She's your deep throat.
She doesn't want me to share that, but I'll out it because she, of course, has her podcast, which is awesome. And I always forget the name. Marissa, Delicious City?
Yes, Delicious City.
Got it right.
Nice job. We're doing our Merch Madness right now, where we're doing a contest for restaurants that have the best merch. Including the one
that's
Merch Madness.
cool.
right now. Yeah.
What are you wearing now?
This is Human Robot, which is a brewery located in Northern Liberties, Fishtown area.
Okay.
And it's like Pafuda, Northern Liberties. I'm sorry, Pafuda, a whole bunch of restaurants. So go to the Delicious City Podcast Instagram page, also Marissa Magnata Instagram, and there's a fun video that Nick Murphy put together.
All right, Merch Madness.
Merch Madness,
Love
and
it.
you can win it all.
We're going to start with this story. Michael Klein in his Let's Eat newsletter says that on Friday, today, there are free eggs available. So Krista Barfield, Chester County's Farmer John, will give away 500 dozen eggs.
500 dozen eggs?
To 500 households from New York to Philadelphia, along with 100 cuts of lamb. Damn. So a month ago, she gave away 3,600 eggs to 300 households in New York and Philadelphia. So she and her team are going to stop at the Melton Center, which is at 500 East Market Street in Westchester at 1 o'clock today. And then arrive around 2:15 in front of Yard Out Fitness, which is on Germantown Avenue. At each location, she will give away 100 dozen eggs and 50 cuts of lamb, giving them away.
So where are these? She has a farm. Is this her thing? How does she come by all these eggs?
It says here in the sheet of information, it says she's with Farmer John Agriculture. So I don't know much about
maybe
Farmer
she's like a
John.
cooperative.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But she's doing this full-on giveaway. She's giving away 500 dozen eggs.
What can go wrong with handing out that many eggs to people in the city?
It might get messy.
Dude, my son works at a grocery store, and they are out of eggs all the time. It's just this is a really difficult thing to keep in stock right now.
Yep.
Did you say Farmer John is a nonprofit? Did you say that?
I did not say that.
Okay, yeah. It's
okay.
Yeah, it's a 501c3 children's education farm.
Excellent. All right, and then the other one from Michael Klein's newsletter. On Sunday, Delco Steaks of Broomall will mark National Cheesesteak Day with Cheesesteak Bowl at Marple Public House.
Is this a competition?
It is. So contestants will try to eat as many Delcos, which is the foot-long cheesesteak featuring 10 ounces of ribeye plus Cooper Sharp on a seeded Karangi roll, and as they to eat as many as they can in 10 minutes.
Dude, why I pretty much stopped eating cheesesteaks a while ago is that I fill a couple bites and I'm just stuffed. You know, and occasionally I'll have chicken cheesesteaks. That's my thing. But it's been forever since I've had them because I find them so filling.
It starts at 2 o'clock. And again, this is on Sunday. A championship belt, beer, gift cards, and cash will go to the winner. And proceeds of sales from the Cheesesteak Bowl and National Cheesesteak Day, which is on the 24th, will benefit Luciano's Light Foundation. And potential contestants can register at delcosteaks.com.
How many could you sock away, Case?
Oh, just one. Yeah, one, and I would struggle to finish it. I mean, especially even in like 10 minutes time. But you know, I'm not like a fast eater. I'm a grazer, right? So I can eat a lot throughout the course of the day, but like in one sitting, I'm not all that great. But I've been to Marple Public House a bunch of times, and I know the owners and Delco Steaks. But unfortunately, I can't make it to this thing. My son has rugby, and then I got to coach volleyball afterwards, so I'm not going to be able to make it to the event.
Bummer.
You are a grazer, though, and sometimes if you get up from the table and then come back and your last bite is gone, it makes you a little upset.
Oh, stop it.
What happened?
No, remember we were at the Boxer, and then my daughter called. We were having dinner last Thursday night.
And but he was thinking about his last bite, and he got back, and it was gone.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So here, let me lay this out. We're eating. Casey gets called. He leaves. Gone for a while.
Yeah.
You were gone for a while.
I was gone for like 20 minutes.
And everybody had finished, and all the food was just looked like it looked like everybody was
Everything's done.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at his. It looked like he just like ate whatever you had, and you were like, "Oh, I don't want the fries." Like,
And
there
by
was
the way,
fries still on your plate.
Yeah, you quit cleaning your plate a while back. Like you eat less now, and I just.
Yeah, we assumed
thought you
there
were
was like
real,
literally
thought
like
you were
one.
done.
So what, did the waitress come to take stuff away?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and we all said, "Yeah, we're done," and we started handing
And
plates.
in all of your defenses, there was literally one bite of my cheeseburger left, and then some fries or whatever. So it really wasn't that big of a deal, but. I was expecting it to be there. I was expecting that last bite to be there.
Oh, bite of cheeseburger, I miss you.
And trust me, I know. Being denied that last bite. It's a dick punch. I shouldn't say that actually. So I didn't realize.
A punch to the balls.
It's a punch in the balls. Sorry about that.
Do you want me to say it?
No, it's okay.
No, it's a guy's name, Dick Punch.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
It's also a delicious holiday treat.
But when you don't get that last bite of what you're really looking forward to, it sucks.
I watched you because you make your lunch every day.
Oh, yeah.
And I've watched because I know what your last bite is. It's the egg.
Of the salad, yeah.
Of the salad,
Yeah.
he has a hard-boiled egg in there, and the hard-boiled egg fell out onto the floor, and you were like, "F it, I'm eating. I don't care."
Yeah. Well, at first I went like, "Damn it, that's the best part," and I reached out and picked it up and ate it anyway.
When you've been waiting, man, it does not matter.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, wait, can I make a correction?
Yes.
So Farmer John
Yeah.
is not the educational kids farm in Doylestown. That's Farmer John.
Oh, you misheard me, John.
Yes.
Farmer John.
Yeah, so my mistake.
That's all right. All right.
Information you can use.
We will now play a clip that has to do with either food or drink, and let's see if you can identify the movie. Here we go.
Spartans, ready your breakfast and eat hearty. But tonight, we dine in hell!
God, was he ever not yelling in that movie?
Wait!
All right.
When I left, there was a part of a cheeseburger! Where did it go? Who does that? Spartans!
Yeah, that motivated him enough to.
Death to them all!
It all started because of a cheeseburger?
You thought it was like they had to get to a certain passageway.
No.
All right, what movie is that from?
Demopolis.
You need to text word Zoom to 39333, and we'll see.
Where is my cheeseburger?
All right, order up. Steve sent me this article. Casey, I'm very curious as to what you think about this. A decades-old restaurant in Cape May, New Jersey has been named one of the most, quote, adorable small-town restaurants in the United States.
Okay.
Not only has the restaurant stayed open following multiple fires, but it also rebuilt and reopened after being damaged during Hurricane Sandy.
All right, it's in Cape May or Cape May County?
It's in Cape May.
Okay.
Are you going to try to guess or something?
I'm just
or-
trying to think.
Go for
Yeah,
it. I think you probably could.
No, there's a million
so
restaurants
many
there.
good
There's a lot of
places.
restaurants.
And you're saying cute and adorable, so I feel like it's like a
You're cute and adorable.
standalone. Like maybe it's like not Beach Creek. What is that called?
It's not that.
Okay.
Everything's cute.
Oh,
and
wait a minute.
adorable.
Well, it's not Beach Creek. Wait.
Is it Oyster Creek?
No.
No, damn it.
Is it George's?
It is none other than the Lobster
The
House.
house. All right.
They had a fire?
Probably.
Years ago. Yeah, in fact, I have the details here.
They
I'll
have
find them in a
a
minute.
fish market there that my buddy Jeff, he's like, every time he's like, hey, let me know, like, pick me up some Clams Casino. And I was like, so I eventually went to the fish market, got myself some Clams Casino. They were freaking amazing. They were so good. And like, yeah. And
So you vouch for the legend of there.
Yeah, but that was fish market. And I've eaten in the restaurant as well. I would say, all right, I'm just going to say it. That's my secret breakfast place.
Oh,
That's your secret breakfast
Well, it's
place.
right next to it. Yeah,
Yes.
it's a small little hole in the wall. Casey and I went there. He took me there one morning. It was really good. It's a greasy spoon.
Yep.
It's
So you've been playing that close to the vest for a long time.
I have. It's a luncheonette. So you
sit at the counter.
You sit at a counter. There are no tables, just one counter. So if you are going to go there for breakfast, do not go with more than like 4 people.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's tough, sitting together. But it's really, really inexpensive.
Right next to the Lobster House.
So the Lobster House, I've been there, and it's of a style. It's of an older style, and it's an older clientele too. I think as well. And sometimes
how's your pudding?
Sometimes you got to wait like 2 hours to get a table. Like it's like people flock there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Would you call it Totes Adorbs?
No, I wouldn't call it Totes Adorbs. I think it's old school and cute.
Okay.
But they're saying it's super duper adorable. Now, one thing I do love about it, they serve the bread as an onion loaf, and it's excellent. And you can buy those, by the way, at the fish market.
Yeah.
And we've done that before. They're great.
What's the publication that said this?
This is
AARP.
No, you know what? I don't.
You know where I like to eat? The Lobster House.
So let me read a little bit further here, and maybe it will note the source, Nick. Steve sent this to me, and I printed it up.
It was in a couple of different, but it was that article came out of the Daily Mail.
Okay, so, out of the Daily Mail.
Yeah.
So the same family has been welcoming diners to Lobster House in Cape May for 3 generations. This is, it was Love Food was the name of the publication, Nick. Overlooking the New Jersey shore, the Dockside Diner has its own fleet of fishing boats and serves fresh catches throughout the year.
So they catch their own food?
Yep, it's worth a trip for the freshly shucked oysters and crab cakes alone, they say.
Oh, shit.
Lobster House founders Wally Laudeman and his Mary Jane entered the restaurant business in 1950s.
This is my Mary Jane.
That's what it says here. At the time, Wally had just finished serving in the Coast Guard while being a member of the Cold Spring Fish and Supply Company fishing operation. His daughter, Donna, said, my mother told my grandmother, my mother told me my grandfather said to my dad, here are the keys to the restaurant. Do something with it.
Wow.
And he said, we didn't know anything about the restaurant business. That first year, we had 6 booths with fake red leather seats, 5 or 6 tables, and the counter that sat probably 12. The restaurant was originally named the Main Bar before it was damaged by fire in 1963, and then they rebuilt it as a Lobster House. And then, Nick, it caught on fire again in 2005.
Oh, okay.
But they managed to restore it, and it's still one of the most popular spots in the area.
Yeah.
The restaurant confirmed that all of its seafood is the freshest available, which often comes from their fleet of commercial boats.
That sounds like the secret.
It also allows customers use of one of its indoor or outdoor spaces for weddings and other social events, and other areas of the Lobster House customers can visit before going home include its fish market, like Casey was saying, and the takeout shop as well. So.
I don't dislike Lobster House at all. I think it's really good every time I've been there. I think it's a great meal, but it's a bit of a tourist trap in the best ways, and it's because it's so visible as you're driving right into Cape May. You can't miss it. The sign is huge, and that turns me off only just because the crowds are so long, the wait is so long. So I just personal preference, I'd rather go to another restaurant in Cape May. I just end up not going there very often.
And there aren't many places down there that accept reservations. There's only
Do
like
they?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
That's the issue that you run into.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, if we want to go and sit down expeditiously,
right.
You kind of have to eat like a senior citizen and go for dinner at 4:00.
I think we went one year when we had like a Keenan's broadcast or something. You and I like sat. Maybe Marissa came too, but we've been doing Keenan's for so many years. One of the years I ended up staying down in Cape May, and I'm pretty sure we went there for dinner.
Hey, another breakfast place down there that do not sleep on is Jersey Girl. It's in Wildwood. It's right by like Maury's Piers, but the only issue is it doesn't open for breakfast until maybe like 9 or 10 o'clock which is late. But man,
they get good stuff.
Solid.
No
breakfast.
reservations there either. I don't think.
Nope.
When a new restaurant pops up and we'll be talking, kids like they take reservations. Like, hey, you can actually reserve a table. All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Spartans, ready your breakfast and eat hearty. But tonight, we dine in hell!
All right.
Your breakfast.
Yeah.
We need a Zoomer, if we could, please, so we can get an answer to that.
You don't hear somebody call and go, can we just eat here?
Yeah. All right, we have Nancy, who we're going to go to now. Hi, Nancy. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Nancy, do you know what movie that clip is from?
I sure hope it's 300.
And you are correct. That is correct. Hang on, Nancy.
Nancy, you won a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry? Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
All right, we have another clip to play. What movie is this food clip from?
Chorizo? This guy's famous. Go on. Ask him how he died.
I don't want to talk about it.
He choked on some chorizo.
Let's see if you know what movie that is from. Text the word Zoom to 39333. Order up. All right, Cheesecake Factory is shaking things up. They're saying goodbye to 13 different menu items.
They could say goodbye to like half their menu.
I know.
It's just...
So I have never eaten in a Cheesecake Factory. I've had Cheesecake Factory food, and I've enjoyed it, especially the cheesecake. But the one thing I hear is they have like a War and Peace sized menu.
Yep, it's big. It comes in a binder, Steve.
Yeah.
Like a spiral binder, and it's like you're flipping through a notebook.
Wow.
There's just tons and tons of stuff on there. They're saying goodbye to some of the dishes. Listen to this one: the loaded mashed potato omelet. That sounds disgusting to me.
The loaded
mashed potatoes and eggs.
Well, it's like potatoes and eggs. I mean, it's
I know
same
hash
thing.
browns, but that texture, that mashed potatoes and okay. Anyway,
I'd eat it.
I guess I'm the only one.
Are there other ways to prepare potatoes, Preston?
You can boil them and mash them. You can stick them in a stew.
Yeah.
So also the bistro shrimp pasta is going away. But if you're worried that their notoriously enormous menu is getting trim, you can stop there because around 20 new dishes and drinks are stepping in to replace the ones that they're getting rid of.
So, honestly, the reason I've never eaten within the walls of a Cheesecake Factory is because every time I've gone to one and I kind of gave up, there was always like a holding pattern of about 70 people.
It's like going to the Lobster House, Steve.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. And so the only time I've been is when we happen to be walking by and we're like, oh, there's no line.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I will say, because I've also been there and had to wait in that line. They always tell you way longer than it actually is.
Oh,
It's
do
like
they?
one of those places.
All right.
Yeah, because it is also big in there. So you see, people, long line.
Right.
But, if a few tables get up, you'll cut that
I was
down
jonesing
quickly.
for a mashed potato omelet.
New items include trendy social media inspired bites like Asian cucumber salad and fast food style favorites like the double smash burger. The menu refresh is part of the chain strategy to stay ahead in the competitive dining scene, and so far it seems to be working for them.
How many cheesecakes do they offer? Did they pitch a number like the Baskin-Robbins flavors? How many?
They're all like at the front in a case that you could see all.
Oh, really?
Of them.
Okay.
they have a lot.
Like 30?
I don't. They all look delicious. I don't love cheesecake, so I've never actually had a piece.
Oh my God, I love it.
All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Chorizo? This guy's famous. Go on. Ask him how he died.
I don't want to talk about it.
He choked on some chorizo.
All right, let's get a zoomer up, please. Hey, guys. Hey, can we get a zoomer up, please? Thank you. All right. We are going to go to Adam now. Hey, Adam.
Hey, you guys rock.
Oh! Thank you, brother. All right, can you name the movie, please?
Absolutely. That's Coco.
Coco. You're correct. All right, Adam, here's what we have for you, bud.
You got a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry? Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
There's another clip. What movie is this from?
Put some elbow grease behind that stir. Nobody wants to eat any burnt tapioca.
Does it smell like it's burning?
Oh, I swear you got for brains, girl.
All right, if you know the answer, text word Zoom to 39333. Order up.
By the way, I love tapioca.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I've ever had it. I mock it as an older person's.
It is good, though.
But
I agree. All right, so one of the largest food truck festivals in America is back this April, and it will have the largest lineup of food trucks and vendors ever. This is the Maniac Street Festival, spelled Streat.
It's huge.
Oh.
We'll return to Main Street on Sunday, April 27th, so we're, a month or so away from that. 70-plus food trucks and food vendors will be lining the main strip of the neighborhood. The most award-winning food trucks from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and beyond will be firing up everything from Instagram-worthy food trends to classic to regional favorites. Everything from pizza, tacos, lobster, burgers, ravioli, dumplings, pickle, pound cake.
I don't know that
corn
there-
on a stick, bacon on a stick, grilled cheese, wok bowls, and much more.
I don't know that there's a food truck in Philly that's not there. Like, they have everyone.
Well, and what's bizarrely interesting about the whole thing is that you have all those food trucks, but the restaurants on each side of the street do
Are still
very well.
packed.
They
Well,
do
of
it. Yeah.
course. Yeah. If you get people that want to sit down,
Yeah.
you know.
There's also shopping vendors, local artists and makers. Ooh. Many merchants, live music, and other fun surprises.
Preston's turning me on.
Jesus.
No.
No.
There's 2 stages as well. It is not only the largest food truck festival in the Philly region, it's the largest food truck festival in the state of Pennsylvania and one of the largest one-day food truck festivals in the entire country.
That's pretty amazing.
So again, that is going to be on April 27th, and over 70 food trucks will be at the event. So a heads up on that. All right, we're going to play this clip again, and let's see if you know what movie it is from.
Put some elbow grease behind that stir. Nobody wants to eat any burnt tapioca.
Does it smell like it's burning?
Oh, I swear you got for brains, girl.
All right, we will now go to...
You!
Me! All right, we're going to go to Matt now. Hi, Matt, you are joining us via Zoom. Hey, man.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, buddy. All right, any idea what movie that's from?
Double Jeopardy.
Double Jeopardy is correct, yes.
Wow.
We got a winner.
And Matt, you won yourself a $50 Acme Markets gift card. If you're hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. It's fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
All right, we'll do another one and see if you can pick what movie this is from.
Yeah, Gordon, I was just wondering if you could bring me something. Anything.
Anything, Your Majesty?
I've never had anybody bring me something before. I just wanted to try it out.
Certainly. Perhaps an assortment of fine chocolates.
Got any milk duds?
All right, let's see if you know what movie that one is from, and order up. All right, I got 2 stories here for you, and they concern the 2 big soda makers. Coca-Cola Company is launching a vodka-based version of the Minute Maid lemonade and pink lemonade.
What?
As beverage giants look to make a splash into the canned cocktail sector.
Wow.
Yeah, Lipton already has a hard iced tea.
That's right.
Lipton offers an alcoholic beverage,
do.
huh?
Mm-hmm.
So the drinks to be released through Coke's alcohol subsidiary Red Tree Beverages have 5% alcohol by volume. They do not contain carbonation, though. They come in flavors including classic lemonade and pink lemonade. The brand is also launching a line of Minute Maid spiked vodka punch with flavors like citrus, berry, and tropical punch. The subsidiary's move into spiked lemonade comes as the food and beverage giants look to expand into the RTD space, which I don't know what RTD
It's a cousin
means.
of R2D2.
It has to do with Red Tree Beverages.
Oh, there you go.
By leveraging well-known brand names. So Kraft Heinz earlier this month entered the alcohol sector for the first time with the release of a Crystal Light vodka refresher.
Oh, there's a lot of booze out there.
Yeah.
Well, because this is what all of the younger people.
Is this the
kids,
big trend?
whatever.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're drinking. They're all drinking the seltzers.
Yeah. Helmets,
When you
hard
have-
mayonnaise.
So everybody wants to get on.
When you have
Right.
teenage drinking parties at your house.
No, but
Is
like
this what you serve?
No, but like young 20s, that's what they're
Is it?
drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, so they're trying this stuff out. Like, these are not carbonated, though, so they're a little bit different than seltzers, but they're canned and they're alcohol and they're not beer. So, yeah.
Well, that's what the stateside spiked
Oh.
teas or whatever they call them. They're not carbonated either, and they're great.
All right, I was wrong. It's not Red Tree Beverages because RTD. Red Tree Beverages. No, it's actually, Marissa brought this in, ready to drink.
Oh.
Canned cocktails.
Well, we were way off on that.
Yeah. So the vodka cocktails expand on the debut of wine-based Minute Maid spiked last year, which includes flavors strawberry daiquiri and blue Hawaiian. The soda giant also sells simply spiked lemonade, canned RTDs, which are malt-based and lightly carbonated.
I wonder how much of their business model they plan on making this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I don't know. How well is soda, just regular soda, selling these days?
Don't know. Coke's foray in alcohol includes partnerships with Brown-Forman on Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola and Constellation Brands on Fresca Mixed.
How about Yoo-Hooch?
Yoo-Hooch.
Right?
In Italy,
Add
they
some
had
vodka to Yoo-Hoo.
They had RTD Jack and Cokes.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Pepsi, on the other side of the soda world, is buying Poppy, the prebiotic soda,
Oh, yeah.
sued last year for allegedly deceitful marketing. PepsiCo announced on Monday that it has entered into an agreement to purchase Poppy for $1.9 billion.
Super popular.
Poppy.
Is this the one that's supposed to be good for your digestive health?
Correct. Probiotic.
Why were they sued? What was the misleading?
So essentially, and I'll skim down a little bit further into this. So they purchased, Kathy, essentially they were saying that there was not enough probiotic in there to really make a difference.
Got it. Okay.
You would have to drink. So it says one can of soda reportedly contained 5 or less grams of sugar and 35% or less calories. Hang on, where's the part in the article? Hang on, I have to skip around a bit here.
The probiotic is the hardest
So the what's that?
The probiotic is the hardest part.
The probiotic is the hardest part?
It was
I
waiting.
thought the waiting was the hardest part. Yeah, Kathy, essentially they were saying there wasn't enough in there to really make much of a difference, so they were sued for that.
So, yeah, I mean,
Misleading.
it was true, though, that it was in there.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay, so here you go. It says the class action lawsuit alleges that one can of Poppy contains only 2 grams of prebiotic fiber, which means a consumer would need to drink more than 4 in a day to realize any potential health benefits.
Oh. Right. Okay.
If a consumer were to drink this many sodas, the suit states Poppy's high sugar content would offset most, if not all, of the reported gut health benefits. But Pepsi is buying this for $1.95 billion. And by the way, they are a Shark Tank discovery.
Well, so I was just going to say, I love when smaller companies like this, like if they started out at Shark Tank, or I immediately think of La Colombe, right? He built that coffee business up and then sold it to Chobani for like billions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it was huge. Yeah.
So it just, I don't know. Whether it's luck, hard work, a combination of both, when smaller companies like this happens to them, like
You should do
good for
Shark
you.
Tank with the Kathy Romano Jewelry
No,
Collection.
there's a lot of luck in there.
Yeah, but I mean, like, good for them, you know?
No, I agree.
Yep. All right, we will see if you know what movie this is from.
Yeah, Gordon, I was just wondering if you could bring me something. Anything.
Anything, Your Majesty?
I've never had anybody bring me something before. I just wanted to try it out.
Certainly. Perhaps an assortment of fine chocolates.
Got any Milk Duds?
All right, we're going to go to Paul joining us via Zoom. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man?
Hey,
all right.
you're not black.
Exactly. You're not black. What movie is it from, sir?
It's King Ralph.
King Ralph is correct, yeah. Hang on just a second, bud. Here's what we have for you.
You got yourself a $50 Acme Markets gift card. If you're hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery delivery or pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. It's fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
By the way, King Ralph, a guilty pleasure of mine.
It is.
I actually like that movie
It's
a
a
lot.
fun movie.
I thought it was sweet.
Of course, it starts with a brutal occurrence where everyone is, the monarchy's electrocuted to death.
And that's how he ends up being king.
Steve, I was curious when you said are soda sales declining, and so I was trying to do a little research. And anything that I find out, I don't know how credible these sites are, is that they're not declining, which is surprising to me, considering people are a lot more health conscious now and how unhealthy soda is. Yeah. But it says it's not declining.
All right, one last clip to play, and here it is.
What you did in our bathroom last night was disgusting. Molly nearly passed out.
I know. Believe me, I'm never eating buffalo wings again. I don't care how much I love them. I'm off them.
All right, if you know what that is, text the word Zoom right now, and we'll send you the link, and we'll see if you can get on to take a stab at it. All right, order up, final order up. So for a lot of college basketball fans, March Madness can be a roller coaster, and most will have to face the reality of a busted bracket. And what?
My son lost yesterday. The first day of the tournament, he had Louisville in his Final Four. Yeah, Louisville lost to Creighton yesterday. He was like, well, I'm out.
So to soften the blow, P.F. Chang's is stepping in with free chicken or veggie lettuce wraps for anyone who brings in their shattered predictions.
No kidding.
So your son can do this.
All right.
Nick. So from today to April 7th, fans can score this consolation prize with any entree purchase. While a freebie won't fix your bracket, at least it'll make it taste a little bit better. And you can check out the specific at pfchangs.com/offers/busted-bracket.
That's a great promotion.
That is. It's a good idea. We, while we're waiting for our winner of the movie. We ate at P.F. Chang's while we were on our delay for the flight.
Enjoyed it?
And yeah, of course. That's one of my. We don't go there often, but when I do, I always have a good meal. But it started off as P.F. Chang's started off as like a really hip San Francisco restaurant, and it was very, very popular. Celebrities went to it and everything, and that was, ages ago, probably in the 1970s or something like that.
Steve, we were reading
the history of it while we were there.
I'm sorry, Preston. Yeah,
That's all right.
We had a lot of time to kill in the airport, so we're like, well, we might as well do a deep dive on the history of P.F. Chang's. And
they have it right there at the table?
And then we're like, all right, well, I did the history of the horses out front, like let's pass the time on the history of this restaurant.
What is the history of the horses?
Well, I'll send you. There's a whole backstory, Kathy. There's an article that was written about them, and one of the restaurants, and I think it was L.A. or one of the early expansion sites, thought that it brought good luck, so they put the horses out there, and then the franchise continued to have success, so they put the horses in all the franchises.
And they serve horse meat.
It was a nod to the Forbidden City.
Yeah,
Nick. Yep.
I don't go to P.F. Chang's all that often, but I don't mind it. Like I could see that's how it started out. There's still a little bit of that, in the restaurants.
The last time I went was in the airport in Detroit, and I just wanted the lettuce wraps, man, and they didn't have them. And that's all I went there for.
I have a quick P.F. Chang story. I was at the one in Collegeville one time, and our server was out of this world. He was fantastic. And I got done, and I went over to the manager. I'm like, you need to have this guy train other servers. I'm like, that is exactly what you want as an employer. And I'm like, what can I do? They said, well, here's what you can do. You can go on our website, and you can email management and let them know what a great job this guy did. And I did.
That's cool.
And so like a year or two later, I ran into him at a different restaurant. He had moved on to something else. And he paid for our meal that night because he got word back on the nice things we had to say about it. It's just the greatest.
To tell you the first time, but you're my father.
What? But I mean, it's just if you get exemplary service, let them know.
Yeah.
Not just that person, but let management know, because it really, it can encourage them to create more of that type of environment.
It'll make the ripple effect occur, which is wonderful. And if you're inclined to complain to a manager when you're not getting good service, try to equal it out.
I agree, 100%. All right, here's that clip again. Let's see if we can get somebody to identify it.
What you did in our bathroom last night was disgusting. Molly nearly passed out.
I know. Believe me, I'm never eating buffalo wings again. I don't care how much I love them. I'm off them.
All right, we go to Denise via Zoom. Hi, Denise. Hi, Denise.
Good morning.
Hi, there we go. We're on a bit of a delay. All right, Denise, what movie is that from, please? I think we lost her.
It was back.
Oh,
she said niece. I bet you she knew it too.
All right,
Did she have it?
She did. Yeah, she had it.
All right, let's give it to her.
So we're gonna give it to Denise.
All right, Denise.
Yeah, we're gonna set her up this. By the way, the movie is Yumi and Dupree.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, Denise won a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry, Acme's flash grocery delivery or pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
Look at her. She's so excited. She's frozen. She doesn't know what to say.
And that is it for the Connoisseur, friends. Hopefully you got something out of that. We are going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. Some bizarre file stories are on the way, and we will also get our guest rolling along, too. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
They were the icons of the era, and so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth, and it really was. It was an homage to them. So
and the blaxploitation movies of the 70s.
Those are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with "Don't Be a Menace."
Yeah.
So I was on the set of "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker." 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing, and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later.
Yeah.
Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake though.
Happy birthday to you. So you don't eat cake, huh?
No, I don't. But I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles. And there it is. The first ever Bond girl, Eunice Gayson, has died. She was 90 years old. She starred as James Bond's love interest, Sylvia Trench, opposite Sir Sean Connery in Dr. No back in 1962.
The iconic scene of all Bond movies, when James Bond first is introduced, she is across the, I don't know if we have the audio of it from the clip, but she is across the table, and here it is.
I admire your courage, Miss...
Trench. Sylvia Trench. I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
So, Sylvia Trench, you got to love the names that they gave these women.
Sylvia Trench, huge gaping gash.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you're going with Trench and Pussy Galore and things like that.
Pussy, Harriet Pussy.
Yeah. No,
Countess Smelly Bunghole. Well, Miss Bunghole. Pussy galore. And that was, a lot of vagina. Was the,
the play off of that. A lot of vagina.
But Sylvia Trench. Yeah, hairy gash.
Hairy gash.
Slimy bush.
Slimy.
Putrid pooter.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep it going. I'm having fun.
Melisandre Double Fist.
Yeast infectantine.
Yeah. So
rest in peace.
What a lovely tribute to Eunice.
Chlamydia hysterectomy.
So, Steve, she was in From Russia with Love as well?
Yes. So he actually leaves her to go off on this mission, but the idea was to keep her sort of continuing the way Money Penny. It was sort of a flirtation to keep her in and out of his life, but they passed on that. But that's the first time in the Bond films where James Bond is introduced at the Baccarat table. I believe they're playing Baccarat. And it's great.
Did she know Steaming Butthole, too?
She knew Steaming Butthole was her sister.
All right. But anyhow, a post on her official Twitter feed read, an amazing lady.
Perhaps you know my sister, Queef Poop Splatter.
And my cousin, Purdy Turd Cutter.
So the Twitter feed read, an amazing lady who left a lasting impression on everyone that she met.
Did you say Queef Poop Splatter?
She will be very much missed. You know what? I got to point this out. Lately, when you've come in here and we're doing this crossover thing, I don't know where you're going.
Excuse me, what?
No, I mean your inflection. It sounds like, is he going to say something else, or is he done now? And I'm having a hard time. I think we're off. I think we're out of sequence. I think we're
We'll have like a
He does have a
bonding
secret.
session.
He's become a soldier of fortune.
Oh
yeah.
Maybe let's do an Outward Bound together or something.
Furthermore, I did. And that.
Hey.
What?
I wanted to ask you.
I'm not saying you're stopping in the middle of what you're saying.
He's saying you're an unprofessional broadcaster.
You actually finish the words,
that's
and then
certainly true.
Your inflection is as if you're going to continue on, and then you don't.
Yes, of course.
You should have heard us all day. The amount of screw-ups and semi-said words and spotties.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, Preston looks at me and goes, what's going on? I go, I'm just trying to get my head out of my ass.
Yep. So you're done talking now.
What?
Okay. What is on your show today?
There was once a time.
Oh, is that you doing that, Steve? I'm like, where's that noise coming from?
Beautiful day. Then I found myself camping. That part's wrong because I wouldn't camp.
Oh.
That part's wrong in my own story.
And well,
I'd like to correct my story.
A Motel 6 is camping for me.
You going to U2 tonight?
Yes!
Yes, and you have access to right. You can be on premises. Yes,
something to talk about.
Thank God.
Oh my God, yes. It's like a first date.
Oh my God, we found something in common.
I like spaghetti too.
I have a follow-up question. Do you think that the band will do anything for the radio station? I believe they've been made aware that it's the 50th birthday, but I don't know if they're planning on saying anything.
I don't know. There could be something from the stage, possibly.
May I recommend something?
Yes.
Put like a coil of speaker wire over your shoulder, put your hair in a ponytail, hold a Guinness, and pretend you're a roadie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Because, but again,
I cannot
right.
affect an Irish accent like you can.
Well, just pretend you could, in fact, make it a horrible one.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, goshly.
Gosh.
Did you just say, oh, Garshly? The hell does that mean? This man's an imposter. Don't just tackle him, shoot him.
Oh, Garshly Bob Bono. I've got.
My name is not Bob Bono.
I've got to tie me shoe.
Bob Bono.
Bob Bono. I remember you back when you were playing the clubs, don't you know?
Don't you know? Potatoes. Potatoes and leprechauns, right?
And
Am I right?
Yo.
Mr. Bono just goes, he's one of us. Potatoes and leprechauns, am I right?
Wow.
Shillelaghs, right, guys?
Shillelaghs, potatoes, and leprechauns. Right, everybody?
I love this text from somebody that says, I think you two just canceled. Case, we got to get you on one of those water jet packs.
Oh my God, I would love that.
We've got to get you on that. So I know they do.
Where's the closest one?
They've got them down there somewhere.
AC they do.
We talked about it last year or the year before, and people said that they are available in certain spots. Very, very expensive to rent. But
Are they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's the case or
Maybe
not.
we get a knockoff one.
A knockoff jetpack. But I personally would love to go on one of those things. But I'm dying to see you on one.
You see the dudes who are able to flip down and go underwater and dive it down and come back up?
Since they've had those out now for several years, there's people that have mastered them, and they can do all kinds of spinny, wild, crazy things in the air and then dive down in and back up.
I'm afraid that I would jetpack myself right down into the water and not be able to right myself, and then just
go down to the bottom and stay there.
Yes, just continue to thrust myself.
We're watching video footage. They now have them where you can strap them on your feet.
Yeah. It's basically just a board.
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do that one. I would not do that one.
Killed on these.
Casey, who would be more?
Just screaming down to the ocean floor.
Where's Daddy? Any kids? Anybody see Daddy?
Please welcome Lil Rel Howery to the show.
What up?
This morning, Rel.
I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
You bet, man. Thanks for coming in. For those who may not be familiar with you, you've had so many great, awesome roles, and you won the MTV Movie Award for Best Comedic Performance in the movie Get Out. That had to have been a nice little feather in the cap getting an award for that.
Yeah, it's actually really dope because also last night my friend Tiffany Haddish received the same award.
Yeah.
Yes.
We just took it. I told her this morning, back-to-back years.
And she's in Uncle Drew.
Yeah, she's in Uncle Drew also, which is such a fun movie, man, we did.
So explain for people who are familiar, they may have seen the commercials. There were the commercials were featuring the character of Uncle Drew. Explain what Uncle Drew is about.
So it started from, so people don't know this, Kyrie came up with Uncle Drew, and
He created it?
It's based on his dad.
Wow.
Because his dad still plays basketball. So he basically created this old, he's better as an older version of his dad, but his dad still plays all the time. Huh. Just this older guy who's on the court still balling dudes.
Yeah. So it was him who came up with the idea of this.
Came up with the idea.
This guy who sort of schools some street ballers.
And the first time he did, I think we always forget. So they did it in Chicago first, and nobody knew who it was. So it was actually a real court, real game. He showed up in the old man stuff, balled everybody out. I didn't even know it was Kyrie until maybe the fourth commercial.
Yeah, because
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Before we do the Froggy Friday song and get into the beef file real quick, our intern Colin has a cool thing coming up, and he wanted to mention it, so I'd like to welcome him to our microphone this morning. This is Colin, everybody. buddy. Hey, man. All right. So, what do you have going on?
So me and my friends at school, we co-wrote and co-directed a short film. It's titled Remembrance. It'll be showing tomorrow at the Greater Lehigh Valley Filmmaker Festival in Bethlehem, PA.
That's awesome.
It'll be at the Steel Stacks in the Art Quest Theater.
That is it. The Stacks is a cool place.
Yeah, it's
nice.
very cool. I've been there one other time.
Where do you go to school, by the way?
Kutztown University.
To Kutztown, okay.
Yes.
All right, so they're showing a bunch. Is it like a festival? Or
Yes, so it is a festival for a bunch of filmmakers all around the area. We entered into like 30 other ones that we probably won't find out till the other ones later.
This is the first one that you've been accepted to, which is very
this is
cool.
the first one we've
Well,
been
congratulations.
accepted
That's
to.
awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, we're very proud of it. Our crew and cast have been amazing, and our families have been very supportive.
What's the movie? Let me just give a little quick synopsis.
Yeah, so it's a group of friends, and they threw a party, and they have some issues in the friend group, and the one friend drives home drunk, gets into a car accident, and a bunch of stuff unravels after the funeral, and they all start turning on each other blaming each other as why
it happened.
Wow.
Okay. Sounds pretty intense.
Wow.
Yes.
All right. So when is yours? When is this again? When can we see your film?
It will be tomorrow. Our film will be at 7:00.
Okay.
In Block 3. You can get your tickets at steelstacks.org/events.
Okay.
Cool.
And I would imagine there's going to be a lot of great movies to see while you're there.
Yes, there will be.
And will there be an award for? Is this like a competition as well?
Yes, it is a competition as well.
All right. Well, give us a follow up, and
I will.
And we wish you luck, man.
Thank you so much.
All right, intern Colin. Great kid, does a great job. All right, we got to do our Friday song. By the way, I texted Brooke from the band Froggy.
Yes.
Because there's this really cool thing that happens when we play this song with our YouTube community.
Yes.
And I wanted her to see it, so I let her. So she's watching on YouTube right now. She's watching the stream. So let's officially welcome in Friday. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing Philly the best comics of today and tomorrow live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. We're going to keep this kind of short today because we've got some guests coming up right away.
Yep.
So, but I'll get you some good stories. We're going to start with this. A friend of mine, Damien, sent me this story. He's from South Africa originally, and he said that this happened like right around where his parents are from.
Oh, boy.
A woman was mauled to death by a lion as she was having sex with her boyfriend outside in Zimbabwe.
Wow.
Shirai Mawera died after the big cat pounced while she was enjoying a romantic moment in the bush with her unnamed partner.
In the bush.
The predator attacked the couple at a secluded spot in the bush near the northern town of Kariba. And Miss Mawera's boyfriend, who has not been identified, is believed to have jumped up and fled in the nude when the lion lunged forward.
That's dangerous, man.
The source said that the young woman died at the scene. And the terrified man managed to raise the alarm. Local police and armed rangers rushed to the scene. The source said cops and officers attended the scene and fired a single shot before getting to the spot. The woman had already been killed, and she had bloody bruises all over her body, a source said. Her neck had been mauled. Rangers launched a hunt for the lion amid concerns the same animal may have killed a local man who disappeared over the weekend.
Once they start killing people, you got to,
Yeah, you got to take him out. Police believe the man who was mauled by a lion was walking home that night from a nightclub.
Nothing. This is like the worst boner killer you could have.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You know, you're there having a good
We're
time.
having a great time, but a lion ain't my partner.
All right, how about this? For 22 years, Frank Tavares was successfully able to live as a nun in the Dominican Republic, known as the Nun Man.
The Nun Man?
I love that name.
Nun Man.
The Nun Man. Tavares says that he was placed in the care of nuns at the age of 4 after his parents passed away in a car accident.
Do you think I can really convince them I'm a nun?
Listen to this. As a young boy, Tavares' genitals were so small that even he had trouble finding them. And he was raised as a girl at the convent.
Join the club.
And it wasn't until the age of 7 that his genitals finally had a growth spurt, and he realized that he was a boy. But he continued to live as a girl to avoid being cast out, he said, everything in his power to conceal his true gender identity. He was known as Sister Margarita.
Ah, Kathy.
Tavares says that that should be Kathy's name.
Totally.
It's my favorite
Sister
nun.
Margarita.
Sister Margarita.
And she doesn't have salt on her head.
Tavares says that he never bathed in front of the other ladies and even wore boxer-style panties, would fake his periods, and wore oversized dresses.
My mission is a little bit different than this
Yes.
Sister Margarita, but
Over 2 decades later, Tavares' cover was blown, and he was forced to leave the convent and start living like a man. It's also worth noting that during his time as a nun, he managed to get one novice nun pregnant.
Oh, boy.
Today, at the age of
Naughty nun.
73, he works as a tailor using the seamstress skills that he learned as a nun. All right, and then, okay. One more?
One more.
All right. Okay. I want to end with this one simply because of a name
Got
here.
you.
A Key West man is now the subject of a federal investigation after officers found a pipe bomb and a cache of weapons at his home. They said it all started with a traffic stop. So officers pulled over 39-year-old Vincent Vega.
Vincent Vega.
Same
Wow.
as John Travolta's character in Pulp Fiction, driving 69 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. During the traffic stop, officers observed a loaded, short-barreled AR-15 rifle in plain view in Vega's vehicle. The rifle with a 7.5-inch barrel is classified as federally regulated firearm requiring proper registration.
Was he driving a Vega?
No, he wasn't driving a Vega, but Vincent admitted to modifying the weapon and did not possess the necessary tax stamp for legal ownership. Vega, who exhibited signs of alcohol consumption, was arrested on charge of possession of an unregistered short-barreled open rifle and open carrying a firearm. So he was searched at his home and revealed he had 20 guns, 10,000 rounds of ammunition, a PVC pipe bomb with a red fuse, multiple electronic storage devices, Faraday bags, and external hard drives, an explosive investigation guidebook, and chemical materials and tools consistent with manufacturing explosives.
Jeez.
The bomb squad came and cleared the home and evacuated the area. Further investigation revealed additional items consistent with explosive manufacturing like potassium chlorate, aluminum shavings, and detailed diagrams of Key West's pump stations. So this dude was...
He had something evil in mind. Yet, on the other side, he was selling Girl Scout cookies.
How about that?
That's kind of sweet.
That's Vincent.
I don't know. Stop bothering me.
Vincent was being held in Key West jail facility. His bond was set at $1.7 million.
Vincent.
And that
Yolanda.
is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. We're probably going to come right back again because we have a guest who is scheduled to join us 1 minute ago. And when we get back, we will have Landon Dickerson of your Philadelphia Eagles on the show. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
The makeup was done, first off, very well. You could obviously see body-wise, the guy, it would have been an exemplary shape, but the facial makeup was very well done.
It was very well done. That's what was so amazing about the movie with all the prosthetics, with all the players.
Yeah.
I'm almost forgot how everybody looked in real life.
Did you?
Because they'll be in there for 5 hours, so when I show up on set, they already old, and when I left, they were still old. So I literally forgot how everybody looked until Kyrie did that press conference when he went to the Celtics, and I was like, oh. That's your face.
Well, in the movie, so you have a team, and you have your adversary is Nick Kroll, which is borderline science fiction that he's got, but I got it. So he's your adversary because he plays a good prick. So you guys are playing off against each other. He sort of steals he just crushes you. He's your adversary.
Yeah, he's destroyed my life in different times.
So that spurs you on to
have to find somebody to help me, and that's when I heard about Uncle Drew from different people, like the guys at the barbershop tell me about him, but I've never seen him.
It's the stuff of legend, but you figure you'll explore for it.
Like, come on, yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it was like when Dax, his name, my character discovers Drew, was really by mistake. It was after I couldn't find any new players to play on my team.
Right,
went
right.
around all these different playgrounds, and I just happened to be at a playground and see Drew take on this dude one-on-one. That's when I approached him.
And so what his one deal is, he'll do it, but he has to be able to pick his own teammates.
Right, that's where the story gets hilarious and fun. That it's taking this road trip to pick up all these other old dudes.
And you're getting older versions of these great players.
Shaq and Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Preston mentioned Get Out.
Yeah.
We had Jordan Peele in, I guess he was still working on Get Out. He was in promoting, I think it was Keanu.
Yeah.
And it became clear as we were talking that he was just a huge horror fan in this whole thing. And he was simultaneously sort of excited but nervous about what Get Out would be. None of you could have seen how this would take off the way it did.
No, I mean, when we did it, it was one of those things where, like, either this is going to do well or it's not, right? And it wasn't a big budget, so we all did do it because we love Jordan Peele, and I just love the script. Once the trailer came out and then we went to reshoot the ending, I'm like, oh, I think this is going to do good.
What was your first indication? Was it the reshooting?
It was the trailer.
The trailer.
It was the trailer.
Yeah,
the way when my family started calling me, like, we can't wait to see this. I'm like, oh, this is a thing.
Yeah.
Why did you reshoot the ending?
Well, I wanted to ask about that too, because I watched both endings, and we don't want to betray what happens at the end of the movie.
Wait, I didn't know there's two.
Yeah,
it's on the disc.
On the disc.
You get it on.
You can see the original.
They actually got it on YouTube too. I mean, the original ending.
Which one did you like better? Before you go into the story about that.
I appreciate the original because it was real.
Yep.
But then also I knew, as a fan of movies, we just needed a hero, man.
Yeah, it needed to have a more satisfying ending. I know what you mean.
People would have left the theater with different energy if we would have kept. Because when I saw the first cut, it was with the original ending, and I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was.
But you know what? Because he's here's the difference. Horror, and they'll say horror comedy. I like my horror. You can have some comedy, and you provide the comedy.
But you know what made it work, though? Because Jordan wrote it real.
He wrote it real. Yes, you can tell.
All I was the audience that watched the movie.
And that's why it works. When they try to yuck it up, that's when they screw it up, because that would have undermined what is really a brilliant horror movie that works on multiple levels.
Yeah. And what was masterfully done was that the trailer thought you were getting into one thing, and the movie got you into something else, and you're like, whoa. That's hard to pull off.
How much of your character of the... First off, do you ever have to go through TSA ever now?
So I'll tell you something funny about that. They show love when I showed them. Oh, man, we appreciate you, but you still got to take your shoes off. So I still get no real love. I still got to do everything. They still do it. Like, they take their job more seriously now, which is crazy. Like,
well, you give them a sense of pride. Was there any on-set ad-libbing because you seem so natural? Your simultaneous pride and condemnation of him for going in the first place.
So the funny thing about it is, I thought I was saying stuff that was scripted, and then we did a panel, and Jordan was like, nah, this is you just saying stuff.
Wow, that's great.
But he let me do that. He'll have, like, we'll do the takes where I do everything scripted, and I do a real take. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, if anyone's going to appreciate comedic ability,
it's Jordan. Yeah, that's why he's a great director.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, talking about being on the set and improvising lines, and we have Adam McKay as a friend of the show, and he says he'll laugh when someone's riffing on set and doing the deal, and that actually encourages the actors. You as a performer, when you're doing something, do you like to hear response, or does it throw you off? Because technically, you're not supposed to be hearing someone laughing, but how does it work?
Well, that's the thing. It depends on what it is. Like, so if it's, for instance, like, it's not, I'm trying to plug this, but I got a show on Fox this year called Real, a sitcom.
Yes.
I like a live studio audience because I like to hear it right away. It's easy to write to that. I give you a perfect example of not that environment is doing Get Out. I kept trying to make Daniel, who played, I just wanted to make him laugh. Like, he had to be sad. So I'm like saying all this crazy. That's why when you see those outtakes of me doing it, it's me trying to make him laugh, trying to break him. So, like,
awesome.
They'll yell cut, and we have to give him 2 minutes to just laugh.
Yeah.
Because he's so good. He was just, I'm like, I got to break this dude. But he was such a really good actor, man.
Guys, let's give it up for Lil Rel Howery.
Thank you for having me.
noticed that there was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across and became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had three before. He needs this fourth $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely.
WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. So we're going to do a 1-2 punch in this particular segment. We have a guest who is in our studio, and then we have a guest who is joining us via Zoom, and our guest needs to turn his camera the other way because he is sideways as we speak.
There we go.
There, we're straightening it out. Thank you. First, our in-studio guest, we would like to welcome Mr. Steve Delong, who is here.
Thank you, everybody.
Nice to see you, Steve. And there's an event coming up, and it is a fundraiser for Eagles Autism, Team Bradley, and we'll get to the specifics on that, which Steve is going to explain. But also joining us via Zoom right now, and he is from your world champion, or your championship Eagles, ladies and gentlemen, Landon Dickerson.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
How you doing, Landon?
I am good. I'm also technologically not, so if my camera's messed up, I don't know how to work this.
It's all good. You're the right way now, technically challenged or not. It does not matter. Are you in? You look like you're in a locker room right now. Where are you?
I'm in our locker room at the moment.
Oh, you're at the link right now?
No, not at the link at Novacare.
Oh, Novacare.
Yeah, of course.
I guess do you have a lift later on today? Like what's going on? I mean, I love the fact that you're at work right now.
Yeah, I mean, kind of short, take a little quick vacation after the Super Bowl parade and all that stuff, and then it's back to work. So
wow.
Yeah, I've been following Lane Johnson. He's been working out quite a bit as well. But he's got a gym at his house, does he not?
He does. He has a very nice one at his house.
I feel like I need to go there and work out with him sometime. Just show him.
I saw Casey chatting with you, Landon. Was he putting the moves on to inviting you to like a summer barbecue? He does that a lot.
Not yet, so I'm still waiting for that.
All right.
I read that you had to have some sort of knee surgery. I guess not too serious. Did you already have it?
Yes, I already had it. It was right after right after the parade. So got that fixed up, and then back here kind of doing rehab and getting ready for next year.
Nice.
I love you're wearing a t-shirt right now that says "Mow That John," and the thing that I love when you signed your contract extension, the first thing you went out and bought was a riding lawnmower from Paul B. Moyer and Sons. How excited were you to get on that Gravely?
I mean, honestly, it's one of those questions I really didn't. I guess I should have thought about it because that gets asked every time somebody signs a contract. And it was honestly just at the top of my head because, right around end of March this time, I think is when I signed my contract. And that's when mowing season kind of starts. And I was like, yeah, I want a new mower. And, luckily I got a company, Paul B. Moyer and Sons. They hooked me up with Gravely. And, after that, it's just been, enjoying cutting grass and longer to do it.
Some people get it, some people don't.
I don't.
I find it very therapeutic. I will have people do it occasionally when I can't get to it, but there's nothing more satisfying than getting your lines right. And then now, I don't know which one you have, Landon, but there's this badass one that has sort of a 2-lever system where you can, like, you go around the tree and you can go, like, right to the base of the tree. Is that what you have?
Yeah, so I have a 0 turn. So basically, it means I can sit there in one place and I can throw one handle forward and back and spin in one place and just do circles. So,
That's awesome.
Do you ever do that just for fun, like without even cutting any grass?
When I first got it, I definitely did. And if a little too fast or too quick, you'll actually tear up the grass.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I've since only done it on.
Yeah, don't need to be doing donuts in your front yard.
No.
No, that's counterproductive. Well, listen, Landon, I also want to talk to Steve a little bit, who's here in our studio. If you heard some chit-chat in the background, that is his son, Bradley, who is on the spectrum, on the autism spectrum, and whom this benefit is for. How old is he, by the way, Steve?
Bradley's 5.
He's 5 years old. Yep. Okay, and when did you guys get receive a diagnosis of autism?
It was in March of 2022, so about 3 years ago.
Okay,
now.
so he was very young, and you noticed some communication or some behavior issues and had it checked out.
Yeah, we had a really great SLP that noticed that he wasn't speaking, and they also noticed a few of the kind of telltale signs of kids that are on the spectrum that age, and suggested that we get him checked out, and we took him to CHOP, one of the best places in the country, and we got the diagnosis and started all the things that parents that have kids that are neurodiverse need to do.
I'm sorry, Preston. The Eagles organization and their commitment to the autism goal is amazing, and the way that they mobilize people, citizens to, you don't need a lot to get involved through the Eagles organization with the Autism Foundation. The stuff that they're doing, the way they implement it, the way they make it accessible, and the way they make everyone feel as if they have a voice is very impressive to see. It's got to be reassuring to you, Steve, to see that commitment.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the first event that we went to, we just had a bit of a time with Bradley, and he wasn't happy. It was a lot of crowd noise and a lot of stuff, and he was very upset, but it was really reassuring to be in that space, knowing that other parents are experiencing that same thing, and it was a safe place we could be.
Yeah.
So the event, I didn't mention this, so I need to make sure we bang the drum on this, is next Thursday, March 27th. It's at the Daisy Tavern. That's in Conshohocken. Starts at 6 p.m. There's going to be silent auctions, raffles, autographed memorabilia. Landon, you're going to be there for the event as well. Is that correct?
Yes, I will be.
Do you have any connection directly to anyone with autism within your family, or is this you just wanted to help out because it's a cause that's near and dear to you?
Yeah, so I don't really have any immediate connections to autism, but ever since I got to Philadelphia, right after getting drafted, having the Eagles Autism Challenge and participating in that, and just seeing how great that event was for the community and getting people involved and raising, awareness for autism and also acceptance for autism, because it's something that, a lot of people in this country are going through right now, and just letting people know that, they're not alone in this situation and being able to help out with that. And it's really enjoyable getting to meet all these great families and kids and, connecting with them and trying to help out.
Landon, I don't know if you've been to the Daisy Tavern or not yet. It's an awesome place. I've only been once. I went in the fall for the first time, and it's right in the old Lee Tire building in Conshohocken. It's a really cool spot. It's got some great outdoor places to sit as well. What kind of cuisine is in your wheelhouse? You're from Hickory, North Carolina. Are you a BBQ guy, or what's your appetite?
So it's interesting right now. Like you mentioned, coming back from Hawaii, I've actually been on a big kind of like seafood poke sushi kick.
Wow.
So that's been a little bit of Thai food thrown in there too, but I mean, I'm all over the place, whether it's, pizza, barbecue, really, I think during the season, chicken cutlet sandwiches were a big thing. So
that's good stuff.
Yep.
There. And yeah, I enjoy, if it's good food, I'm going to enjoy it.
Nice.
Preston, the Daisy Tavern was on the Conchi restaurant list that I gave you.
Oh, I got to get there.
Yeah.
Kathy made a list of spots that I have, I'm like, I need some more restaurant suggestions. And so she gave me a great list of that are in the Conchi area. So Daisy Tavern.
Yeah, they're fairly new, and Nick's right. The outdoor area is really nice once the weather starts to get nice, and inside, like the decor, the vibe, all of it, it's really nice.
So Steve and Landon, I've been to a couple of the Eagles Autism autism events. As I said, they motivate people to participate and start their own little chapters. Every one of them I've been to has like the most amazing raffles and baked goods, and I mean, and they have all sorts of participation. I don't know if you're going to have any of the cheer squad there or the swoop. I'm sure it's usually, but whatever. If you have anything, if you're at any level an Eagles fan and you just want to do something nice. These events are really, really well run.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
so that's coming up next Thursday. So, Steve, I have a son who's on the spectrum, and it is very, very manageable, extremely manageable. And when I see someone like yourself or other people whose kids are a little bit more into the throes of it, some have nonverbal, and I look at the fact that it's going to be a lifelong commitment for you and your wife. I'm getting choked up talking about this, but the support is so important. It is so you can't do this by yourself.
Nope, not at all.
And so the fact that the Eagles have embraced the cause of helping people out that need support with autism is absolutely incredible. How far down the road are you guys looking with Bradley? I mean,
we're doing very well. He's actually just graduated out of a program from a place called Neurabilities, and his progress has been amazing. And part of that is due to the fact that we got his diagnosis early, and we were able to get him into just some programs to help him navigate school and life and just everyday things in general that teach him how to just be awesome,
right?
And learn.
You never want to be a Pollyanna about things with this, but we are seeing things that are substantive, that involve autism and things that can be done. Because listen, you're
talking about therapies and things like that?
Therapies and things. And I'm almost reticent to say because some of these things, oh, wow, and then they just go off into the ether.
Right.
But we're seeing things now that people from all different medical realms and all different levels of expertise are saying, yeah, this looks like the way. So when you support events like this with Landon is going to be at and you support these events, it's good to know that traction's being made and substantive differences are just right around the corner. So
absolutely.
And it's all about funding. It's all about participation. It's all about awareness.
Yeah, and that's why we participate and do this, and I work my butt off to make sure that this goes well. I'm lucky that the restaurants that I work for allow me to have these events, and I'm very thankful that my friend Joey put me in touch with Landon to have him at the event. But yeah, it's important because CHOP and the Eagles Autism Foundation really fund a lot of this stuff to help get your child into a place very young that can help them navigate the regular world, because that's what it's really all about.
Yeah.
So, Landon, you're obviously you like lending your support to causes like this, which is great, very admirable, and very appreciative. What do you like to do? What's when you're in the off season and you're not helping people out like Steve and his family? What are you doing?
He mows the lawn.
But besides mowing the lawn, what do you do?
I mean, you hit it right on the head there. Mowing grass and yard care probably takes precedence, mainly. Nothing super. I mean, I wish I had the time to go out there and have a nice golf course looking lawn, but I really don't have time to be cutting grass, every day and doing that. But other than that, it's, DIY projects around the house and working on.
How are you? How's your DIY game? How is your capability with that?
It really depends. There's some stuff that, I know my limits, right? When it comes doing small plumbing and electrical stuff, I'm good. Right now, we're in the middle. We completely gutted our basement, and coming in, understanding that one, that's got to go through, get permits for that, and then two, there's going to be inspections. I'm not licensed at all, so I understand that when it comes to doing some bigger stuff, that I need to subcontract out and let the professionals do that. But other than that, when it comes to hanging chandeliers, redoing bathrooms, outer rooms, bedrooms. That's, really it's the way I like to describe it is, my wife, Brooke, she is the idea and design person, and she presents me with the nice Pinterest pictures, and she says, make it look like this. And then I go.
Steve, Casey, it's like the couple on HGTV.
Oh yeah, you guys are like hometown. You guys are like Ben and Aaron Napier, I think their names are. Or no, Scott, not Ben. Also, you know what I read, Landon, that you're an Eagle Scout. So did you use your DIY skills because you have to do a service project? What was your service project at the end of your scoutness?
Yeah, so my service project was putting park benches in basically along this walkway around a park, a bunch of baseball fields and stuff at a local park, in Granite Falls, North Carolina. So right up. So, yeah, that was my service project. It wasn't the most, DIY intensive, but definitely a great thing to do. Go out, help the community, and, really just put up some places for people to sit, watch, Little League baseball games, or just sit and relax.
By the way, when you said he was an Eagle Scout, I thought you meant he was a scout for the Eagles.
Well, and maybe eventually, after you retire, you can scout for the Eagles. But,
Dude, just play the game now.
Yeah.
You can do that later.
I was like, you are a multitasker. So
early on, that's how.
So listen, you're a professional football player. You make a good living. You could hire someone to do all the work at your house if you wanted to, but there's got to be something personally satisfying to you to do that stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just one of those things where I'm one of those people that, like, and I feel like most people might be this way. It's like when you do something yourself, you feel pride in it, and you're like, yeah, I did that, right? And it's coming in, and I did a lot of, carpentry and like contracting work, even in high school. Like people take classes for, band, orchestra, or whatever. I decided to go, do the carpentry and construction. It was just something that I had a background with. It's something I really enjoy doing. And it's something that, kind of keeps me active and doing stuff in the off season versus, just sitting on the couch and watching TV.
Landon, I don't think that we've spoken with any players since the Super Bowl victory, which is about 6 weeks ago at this point. And first of all, congratulations. Second of all, it was just a shellacking. And as a fan, we're sitting there watching it, and the first half was like, is it really this good? And I know like a lot of us are superstitious and worried that maybe the Chiefs are going to have a comeback in the second half or whatever. That didn't happen. You guys dominated the whole game. What was it like for you guys at halftime? What was it like for you guys in the third quarter? Were you starting to feel good about stuff, or when did it sink in and like, holy crap, we're going to win this thing?
I don't really think it set in until I think it was the second drive that Kenny Pickett was in, where we went in to take the knees. Mm-hmm. And it was very interesting because, usually there's a point where people are like, oh yeah, we got this. And for us, it was like halftime. We were just like, no, it's still 0-0. And then third quarter comes, it's like, no, it's still 0-0. Like, we're not winning this game at all right now. And we just kind of kept that mindset from, the start of the game to the very end of it. And I remember towards the end there, they started to pull guys. And I think I started yelling at our O-line coach, because you can only dress so many guys. So you can only pull so many guys. Yeah. So I told him, I was like, pull Makai and sit down, but I'm finishing this game. And then me and Jordan went out there, and we were just like, we're going to finish this game no matter what. So even though that means just going out there and taking the knees, but it was.
Listen, it was amazing, a blessing to the city. We're thrilled with how wonderful you guys are, and you all appear to be great people. And any chance I can get to hear a player talk about the experience, I do. And it seems that there's, Landon, sort of a split between the level of elation, like right at the end of the game, or the parade. So the parade being another monumental thing. Where do you stand on it? Where did you feel it's just not going to get better than this?
I would probably say, I kind of had moments at both. And it was, right after the Super Bowl there, it's kind of, you're still a little amped up and still a little tense from the game. And obviously there's a lot of like the presentation, all that stuff at the end. And then, seeing my wife and my parents and stuff at the end of that, and then going in and celebrating with the guys after the game. It was like probably 2 hours into celebrating there after the game in the locker room that I was like, this is one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of. And then, kind of stay up all night and everything. And then you come back here, and then I know we had that snowstorm that delayed the parade. So you had like 2 days to sit at the house and kind of reflect. And you were like, man, it really goes fast.
Yeah.
And then luckily the parade comes around, and you're like, all right, we get to have fun again. And, those two moments were pretty big highlights in my life, and probably the most exciting things that I've been able to be a part of. And it's just, I don't really know if I have great words to describe, the feelings that you get there, but something that kid and you dream about playing in the NFL, winning a Super Bowl, and then you get to accomplish it. So.
Well, I'm sure the excitement of the victory all came flooding back on parade day when you had your picture taken with BirdBot. I'm sure that was exciting. Do you even remember that?
Oh yeah, okay. I remember. It may have been a little fuzzy, but I definitely.
Nice. So Landon's going to be available for you to meet at the Daisy Tavern, and it's, like I said, on Thursday, and it's this fundraiser for Team Bradley with Eagles Autism. And Steve, you guys are going to have some pretty cool merch there, right? Some stuff that people can bid on or purchase?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a couple of jerseys from Landon, who is going to sign those, and then we're going to have some footballs from him as well. We actually had the EAF just send us a Dallas Goedert jersey, so we're going to have that. And then we have an autograph company that's coming, and they have everything from basically signed things from Gritty all the way up to like Brian Dawkins.
Wow.
So, a lot of cool stuff. And Landon, I just want you to know, my son had a victory parade in our apartment at halftime, so that's when he knew that the game was over.
Okay, I'm glad.
Bradley, a big Eagles fan?
He is becoming one right now. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he likes the team a lot.
That's fantastic. And so if people want to come and, Landon, if they want to come and get a picture with you and everything, you're cool with that?
Yeah, come get a picture, come say hi. Love to interact with fans, see people out. I know sometimes it's difficult when, even when you come to games and stuff, the interaction is still, people sitting in the stand, we're on the field. So being able to, interact with people up close and personal, come take a picture, come say hi. Love to get to meet everybody and, really see the community.
What would be more manly than to go talk to a Super Bowl champion and talk lawnmowers?
Yeah, and you know what? And actually, I was going to ask this, Landon, when you are post-career, do you think you might open a landscaping business or something like that?
I mean, I've joked with my wife about doing that. It's like, and people ask me, it's like, what do you want to do when you retire? And I was like, I don't know, probably mow grass.
Like Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump.
Oh my God.
Who also went to Alabama.
Wait a minute. I cut that grass for free.
I'm saying I don't really need to charge for it, but I find it's one thing doing it on your own house because I sit there, I can take my time. It may take me 3 or 4 hours if I'm trying to be really particular, but you never know what the future holds, so we'll see.
I love this guy.
Yeah.
I love this guy. You are the best, Landon. Excellent. All right, we will send people in the direction to hang out with you and help this great cause. It is at the Daisy Tavern in Conshohocken. It is next Thursday at 6 p.m., and I guess it goes on until whenever, right, Steve?
Till whenever the fun stops.
All right, and you can go to thedaisytavern.com and get the information. Lots of great memorabilia and auction items and just a good hang. And as Kathy has said, great food and a cool atmosphere.
Yeah, I'll actually be there.
Okay, nice.
Thank you. They do these upright. They really do. If you've never been to one, they are top level.
Yeah, I'm going as well. And Steve, we should mention Tim Williams' band is performing. Great musician.
Absolutely. Tim's going to do that. He's donated his time. And just a lot of people have really helped us put on a great event for this. And it's going to be awesome. Yeah.
That's excellent. All right. Well, thank you both for joining us. We really appreciate it. We wish you the best of luck. Landon, enjoy the rest of the off season, and we'll catch up with you down the road. Okay, man?
Absolutely. Sounds good.
Great to meet you. And Steve DeLong, thank you for being here.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll have the information up on PrestonandSteve.com, by the way, for that. I would like to, can I do a couple other things?
Yeah.
Real quick, I have a couple of shout outs, and then maybe, we do have a little bit of time for Titus gets here. We could do a real quick, short junk drawer if you guys want. I got some stories. But real quick, some shout outs that have been requested. This one is from Gloria. She says, hey, I would like to give a big juicy shout out to the lovely YouTube community, especially YouTubers Sap and Crazed Turtle, for encouraging me to come and join the Zoomadelphia the other day.
Yes.
It was great. From all of us YouTube listeners, you changed our life with Zoom.
Oh, wow.
And that is from Gloria, the Wisco Girl, a.k.a. Gloria, the Wisconsin transplant.
Oh,
Do you want a shard?
There's a shard out. All right. And then here's one that says, hey, Presbo, first-time emailer, long-time listener. Would you send a shout-out to my granddaughter, Lily, on her 14th birthday? And that is Friday, March 21st. We listen in the car on the way to school every morning, and I know she'd be thrilled. Sorry, this is from Diane. I'm sorry I didn't get this earlier, Diane, but here's a shout-out for you. Hopefully somebody will reach out to you and let you know that we did that. Doesn't have Diane's last name. So if anybody knows a Diane in Jersey, let her know.
May I recommend that if you've made a request of this nature, listen to the podcast?
Yes.
Because a lot of times, and we'll ask people to let you know, but you can't nail every request time. It's impossible.
Yeah, we try to get them in when we can. So, and let me see if I have another one. No, we can, we can do a short junk drawer.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, let me reach into the junk drawer and grab a story. All right, here's one. So I was talking in the weather forecast earlier about how windy it's going to be today.
Yeah.
And Steve sent me this article about how windy it has been so far this year in Philadelphia. Extraordinarily windy. So it's not just you. The sustained winds in January, February, and so far March on average, the windiest month of the year in Philadelphia, have been well above normal. The signature feature had been the gusty winds, not just that steady, but the really strong gusts.
Moving patio furniture.
Yeah,
windy.
exactly. I just yesterday, from over the weekend, I had, you know what a deck box is?
Yep. I have one too.
It was flipped over.
Mine was on the lawn.
Completely flipped over. Yeah, so I had to turn that sucker around. But so as for the 50-mile-per-hour gusts measured by the official anemometer, I guess is how you say that, at Philadelphia International Airport, they are unusual in any month. Only 1 year, 2011, in the last 20, has had as many gusts of that strength throughout an entire year.
It's pretty wild, isn't it?
So the atmosphere has been behaving like itself, but only a little bit more intense than usual. As they have for several weeks, systems have been moving briskly with a procession of fronts, which form the boundaries of the warm and cold air, or air of different pressures or weights. And as the atmosphere attempts to maintain a pressure balance throughout the planet, the heavier air naturally moves toward that which is lighter, and it generates the winds.
So one of the most enjoyable things for me, I happen to like the wind a lot. I like a very windy day, a sunny, windy day. If you are out, the sound of the trees rustling in the wind is something I find very ASMR-ish. I don't want branches to fall and kill people. I don't want power lines to, but I do like a windy day.
The wind can be nice, but as a golfer, I am anti-wind.
It kills it for you.
I'm very much anti-wind. So this being the winter-spring battle season, the contrasts are more likely to occur in the temperatures, obviously, which creates this, and that's why we have a severe storm season. So not all the potential winds around here have been storm-related. Conditions have aligned frequently to favor strong winds aloft, mixing down the surface. So even even like Steve, like when it's a nice looking day, like today, there's no storm in sight at all, yet we've got 40, 50 mile an hour gusts of wind.
Yeah.
So this is another case of that. The winds, several thousand feet above the ground, all will be blowing in the same direction, and that will favor gusts at the surface. And they could become as high as, like I said, 45 to 50 miles an hour.
I got to get a friggin' kite.
So at the beach we've got several kites.
I love kites.
They are fun. I've told you about I have a sport kite.
Yeah,
it's a foil.
Well, you can have it do.
Yeah, you can do loops and have it go all the way down to the ground and shoot across sideways.
Isn't
and
that
stuff.
very zen?
It is so much fun. I love that thing. And this is a banner year to get out and do that type of thing. So the pattern is apparently likely to continue with multiple cold air outbreaks combined with warm air surges. So it's not over. We're going to get more
Nothing's over.
windy days.
It's windy. Coming back from Vietnam, everything's windy. Nothing is over.
So we'll
Baby
see
killer, windy killer.
if it continues.
Who's walking down the street? Windy.
Yeah. Wait, how does that go?
Who's walking down the streets of the
Everyone knows it's windy.
And windy's got stormy eyes. It flashes the sound of lies. Rambo sings the hits of the 60s.
Rambo sings the Fifth Dimension. Oh my God.
Thank you for coming tonight. Any Fifth Dimension fans out here?
All right, let me grab another story. from the junk drawer. Okay, so this is a list of things that will most likely send your pet to the vet.
Oh.
Nationwide Pet Insurance is sharing their most common pet insurance claims. The 14th annual analysis comes from their database of more than 1 million insured pets. I don't know if our pets are insured or not. I got to find out about that.
I'm in their will. I know that.
Okay, so yeah. Who's the executor, by the way?
It is Mia, the oldest cat.
Mia, the oldest cat.
animal in the
Okay.
house.
All right. So here are the 10 health issues I have dogs and cats separately. So the number one health issue that sends dogs to the vet are skin allergies.
Oh my gosh, wow.
Yeah, and the cost within the first 30 days of diagnosis is $265, or a full year will run you $840.
So if you have dogs like puggles or anything where they have the folds in the skin, or they've got
like Shar-Peis.
Yeah,
and whatnot,
Shar-Peis. You're forever cleaning that out because they're very prone to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and
mange.
We were talking about bulldogs this morning with ABC. The French bulldog is the top breed in the country, and they have on their face, they have all those folds and things as well. So number 2 on the list, diarrhea and intestinal upset. The cost of the first 30 days of diagnosis averages around $702.
So they're talking about the resultant medical response, but I mean, would we say diarrhea as a result of eating chocolate?
Yeah, it has to be because they're always eating things they shouldn't be.
I told you, Kizzy put away from the biscuit lady. Put away almost an entire box of biscuits. Each of those biscuits weighs like 9 pounds. I mean, she socked them away.
I don't know. My memory is terrible. It was either an email or maybe we talked about it on the air. I don't know. But the guy's dog that ate a pack of gum.
Yeah.
Oh, it was an email.
It was an email. Okay.
And I didn't read it on the air.
All right.
And so while you look for that,
I've got
Press,
it.
something not similar. The same thing happened with us and Fozzie when he was a puppy. He got into a pack of gum. And we called the vet because we were worried because the pack of gum closed with magnets. And so we were worried about the magnets. So we called the vet and they were like, oh, you need to get him here now because of the xylitol in the gum. It could kill him.
Well, that's it. It's the xylitol, Casey. Sometimes it's listed as birch sugar or birch bark extract. And we got this email. This is from Michael Lewis, whose dog almost died from this, and apparently it causes severe kidney problems.
Quickly, right?
Yeah, so if your dog, if you find out they get into, apparently the xylitol is most often found in chewing gums with the cooling and minty fresh effects, like polar ice and so on. It comes from that.
Oh, boy.
And so, it can kill your dog. And so it said that we were lucky as we figured out things quickly after she had eaten 4 times the lethal dose, 32 pieces of gum.
Jeez.
And it was, listen to this, $15,000 of care. But he says she's back to her amazing self.
You'd go broke taking care of you. As you said earlier, they're family members. You love them dearly.
Yep. And he says here, good time to mention pet insurance.
It is. It's a good thing
which
to have.
is what this article is a result of. So so be careful of the gum, or maybe stay away from that type of gum if you're pet is the one that can get into almost anything.
And if you can, seek out an actual canine insurance salesman because they really know the issues better than a human does.
All right. Then you have arthritis is number 4. I'll just go through the top 5, okay?
Syphilis?
And then, no, not syphilis. And number 5 is types of trauma.
Okay.
That the dog might experience. The top 10 health issues sending cats to the vet.
Wait, what is dog trauma?
It's when you sniff another dog's ass and you have bad memories come flooding back.
No, like an accident.
Yeah, getting hit by a car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You watch the end of Old Yeller?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That is traumatic.
That's
Marley and me.
watching that. So trauma, then, you know what, I'll go through the top 10 just quickly. Dental disease, urinary tract infection.
This is for cats?
These are dogs. Number 8 is heart disease. Number 9 is liver disease. And number 10 is kidney failure. For cats, the number one issue sending them to the vet is the diarrhea and intestinal upset. Followed by that are urinary tract disease, kidney failure. That's how my 22-year-old cat died eventually from a kidney failure.
Remember when you got cat diarrhea inside your nose?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's an old family healing rest.
I'll retell the story very quickly.
If you have the flu, rub cat crap up.
I was
nose.
petting my cat around, his hindquarters, and I didn't know it. He had crapped. He had diarrhea. I got it on my fingers. At that time, I had gone up. Either my nose was itching or whatever, and I went to pinch my nose, and I stuck my finger up in my nose. and cat diarrhea was on my fingertip, and it went in my nose. I went to the sink. I snorted water. I started doing, like blowing my nose, and it wasn't all coming out. And I'm like, I'm just taking a big hit of water off my nose.
You're inhaling cat turds. Look at if you had next to you on the TV stand a hand grenade,
a gun,
would you have pulled the pin?
I would have used it. All right, so then number 2 is urinary tract disease. Number 3, kidney failure. Like I said, number 4, dental disease.
So I've had so many cats that have no teeth. After a while, they are prone to dental issues.
And then if you get any pets that live old enough, arthritis is always a condition. Then you have hyperthyroidism.
Yes.
Inflammatory bowel disease. Diabetes is number 8. Then you have respiratory infection. And the final one, opposite of dogs, skin allergies is number 10.
So I'll tell you something just quickly, Kathy, is that I have all these security cameras inside my house. And people think, wow, you really terrified of a break-in. No. I have them specifically trained at different pieces of furniture so that if a cat has a urinary tract infection, so that I'm not taking 8 separate cats to the vet to determine. So I literally have a folder full of cat peeing on furniture videos.
So my cat that passed away years ago, we went through all this. He had the kidney, the urinary tract. He ended up with diabetes. I had to give him insulin. Like it was a whole thing. But I have 2 cats now. I'm worried about their teeth, Steve, and getting their teeth cleaned because the cat that passed did terrible with anesthesia. When he would wake up, I guess this is pretty common for cats, he would freak out. Well, he ended up breaking his tail because when he woke up, he was in a cage. He was at the vet, and he freaked out in the cage, broke his tail.
Wow.
Would then get diarrhea, walk through the house, and leave a trail of diarrhea through the house. So I'm scared to take these cats, but I just saw my one cat, and he needs his teeth cleaned.
They'll cause all sorts of issues. A proper vet and those who know what they're doing, and I can recommend them, they know the right way to bring the cat out of the anesthesia so that they don't hurt themselves. And we've had it happen a number of times and never had an issue like that.
Yeah, I need somebody who's going to give them extra care because if that happens again,
and once they know that, they'll go the extra mile.
Yeah.
Preston, how old was your old cat when?
22.
Okay, yeah. So we had Emma who died at 23 or 24. Have you guys ever had the experience where your cat just wanders off when they die?
No, they're all indoor cats.
When we were growing up, we had more outdoor cats, and 2 of them at old age, when they were done, and I've heard that that's fairly common for outdoor cats.
Did you ever find?
No, Emma was just gone.
Yeah.
And it was just one of those things where it was her time. You know, and it was sad because we were kids and we didn't know what had happened. But I've told that story to friends and family, and they've shared similar things with me.
My brother's cat wandered off and then came back to die. So that
back to
was
the house?
Yeah,
I didn't want you to miss this.
It was
because you're responsible.
It was one of those cats that you never ever saw. It was always hiding under something.
Sure.
And,
I'm not sure if we have a pet.
But then it just disappeared for months and months, and then came back and died on their back patio.
Wow. All right. Well, these are the common issues. Now, real quick, I know Titus is here. I see him out in the green room.
Hey!
But real quick, one more story from the junk drawer before we take a break. All right, and Nick sent me this, and I thought this was cool, and it's for future radio brethren. Eastern University, local here, has launched Studio 1300, a 24/7 student-run radio station.
I love this.
Broadcasting from the St. David's campus and available to listeners everywhere. And I love the fact that it's. There are other, Monco has a radio station. It's great. And, obviously we've talked about, what's the one in Jersey?
Rowan.
At Rowan.
Yeah, terrific radio station.
But this is a 24/7. It's going to be on live all the time. I love this. They're going to have overnighters working.
That's
and the
the way
whole
it
thing.
should be.
So I was happy to hear this. Listeners can tune in directly to Live 365 by searching Studio 1300 or listening via Amazon Alexa. And Studio 1300 is a true variety station featuring student-created shows that reflect their interests and musical tastes, in addition to live discussions on sports, pop culture, and faith-oriented topics. Eastern University is a Christian university.
Right.
The lineup will include programming such as blues shows, Sunday morning Christian music, a Saturday soundtrack as well feature, And faculty and alumni voices will also join the conversation on top of that, fostering engagement with the broader Eastern community.
And aren't they doing the Satan Hour?
I don't know if they're doing the Satan
Death Metal Power Hour
or not. But they have. I am the God of Hellfire.
I am the God of Hellfire, and I bring you college radio.
By the way, students personally curate the music for
This
their
is
shows,
awesome.
which is great.
Had a blast doing the college radio station when I was, you'd make every mistake. And by the way, they have the ability, Preston, to listen to us every day to learn what not to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like play this song.
Yeah.
I am the God of Hellfire, and I bring you
College radio 24/7 for the little college students. Everyone should listen.
So it will be the students that are curating the music for their shows. And it offers, as they say, a human touch that stands in contrast with algorithm-driven streaming services. Damn right.
Goddamn. Sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, you shouldn't say that. Put the people back into the programming, man.
Yeah.
Right. I love it. So I was happy to hear that about Eastern University. All right, we got to close up the junk drawer. Here we go.
That was the junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
All right, as I mentioned, our good friend Christopher Titus is in the Acme Lounge. We'll take a break. We will welcome him here. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club. Stay put. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher. Living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, I could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a 54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Bucksco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Bucksco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheel.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That can work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was. Oh, that's Aronimink. No. Oh, Marion. Sorry. That's the one you just said? Marion. No, the other one. Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct. Yes, you got it. But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct.
Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bucksco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day. Kathy 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far, so I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So I will
ladies
go.
first is what we're going to do. So, Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? Geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker! I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He didn't.
Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county, man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep, I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol.
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God. What is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat
Yeah,
backwards.
it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been? We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly
Right.
where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish
card?
my mom quizzed me last
last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I have closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe.
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
I better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into
you can
how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
There's the box.
Round.
It's a rectangular shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got there. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history.
Okay. Of course.
For 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right,
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshamini's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or
Let's
you just
say a
gonna
name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Our next guest is in town to play at Helium Comedy Club shows tonight and tomorrow night. You can get tickets at heliumcomedy.com, and he is here in our studio once again. Christopher Titus.
Yes, thank you, people, very much. Good to be here. By the way, I just saw the Eagles at the Sphere. Eagles. It's sweet. You know, you sound like you're stupid if you say I saw Eagles at the Sphere. Yeah, I saw Eagles at Sphere. Like, what? No, I saw the Eagles at the Sphere.
You're exactly right. Would you say, did you see Beatles on Ed Sullivan last night?
Yes. Also, Killers are good band too. Like what? Like what? Like, can we just start speaking English? What happened? Can you imagine someone getting mad though? It's Eagles, not the Eagles. Like whoa.
Yeah, people pick their battles.
How was the Sphere experience?
You guys, I gotta tell you, man, it wouldn't work for comedy because you would never pay attention to the comic. It's the most incredible experience. I've seen a lot of shows. I have never ever experienced something like that.
On a friggin' phone, it looked amazing.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine what it's like in its real environment.
I almost vomited. That picture if you saw the video I put up, I was like, like, and Joe Walsh is just the creepiest, funniest human being. My wife's like, every time Joe Walsh is getting, they put him up on the dome or whatever, and she would just go, I can't look at him. But he was awesome. But he was great. He was hilarious. Go see the Eagles at the Sphere, whatever. Go see anybody at the Sphere.
Yeah, they added some more dates. By the way.
He's one of those guys you should, and I'm sure in the industry you've seen them who should have been dead 14 times over.
He says that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and it was the legend was is that he would bring a chainsaw.
Well, it did happen. He was gifted that.
Yeah.
And he would wreck hotel rooms. Yeah.
That's really funny. Just take it to the next level. I like Eagles, or the Eagles have always been committed to rock and roll.
Yeah.
So how are you guys doing in the country? How are you guys dealing with what's happening in the country? And I don't want to talk politics, but I just want you to know something. I figured out money. I never understood wealth. Except the richest guy in the world. Now I've done okay in my life. I had a couple good years. At my best, I never had Jews will not replace us money. This dude's got Zig Heil money. How does Elon get Zig Heil money? And then he just walked out of the building and no one said anything. That's rich.
That's filthy rich.
Yeah, and my house did not burn down in California, which is great. Yeah.
Wow.
Got to the ridge. I saw the fire coming over the ridge. It was nice.
How close would you say?
I live in just a crappy enough neighborhood. I'm just off. Yeah, Palisades. I'm just off the side.
Is that the rule? You buy the crappiest house in the best neighborhood?
Yeah, that's what we did. Yeah. It's just far enough away from where everything's horrible. And it was weird because we're having wildfires in January. I mean, that's pumpkin spice latte weather, man. What is happening? So what I did was this is how white trash I am. So it's coming. The fire's burning for weeks, whatever, and it kept getting closer, and then it would go away. Like literally, the planes were flying over my house to get to the fire. Wow. The big DC-10s. Wow. So I went to Home Depot. And I bought some lawn sprinklers, and they are now duct taped to my roof.
There was a dude they were showing footage of a couple of dudes.
Fireman did. If a fireman's duct taping sprinklers to his roof, I'm in.
And it seems like such a no-brainer. Yeah. Like if you have moisture-soaked plant life around your house, that's a natural barrier.
Yeah.
So did you really implement a few?
I love the way you just become a scientist. If you have moisture-soaked plant life around your house,
I'm such an idiot. I wouldn't have that. But I mean, there was a story a couple years ago because you have fires all the time, right? But Caitlyn Jenner had dug remember that the story came in?
Don't remember that, but
her home is like on top of a hill, high up enough, and she had the Army Corps of Engineers or somebody come in and dig a trench. Yeah, around.
Moat.
Who has the number for the Army Corps of Engineers, man? Are you on the Caitlyn Jenner newsletter? Like, why are you? Where are you getting the updates from?
I was in the news.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah. Chris, my aunt and my cousin live in Palisades. They both lost their homes, which was awful. But I was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to be correct. Oh, now I feel like a douche.
No.
Here's some wacky jokes where my house didn't burn down. No. So we lost a dog and a family. Sorry, man.
Everybody was okay. The pets were okay.
Good.
They even got out with their cars.
It was crazy.
But my cousin Alyssa brought up a point that I hadn't considered, and I wanted to get your take on this because there were some neighborhoods that were protected by private fire companies, right? And initially, people kind of respond to that as like, oh, that's kind of ridiculous and privileged, which it is, but it also preserved those neighborhoods. Yeah. And I understand like the argument of like, listen, if you can afford it and you can bring in a private fire company to save attractive land, then you should do that.
But that's the end of society.
I know.
That's where it's over.
The trade-off.
When you've got some people can the private fire company is watching my home continuously. They have a drone that just hovers over just in case a spark or an ember will touch the building. So at that point, we're on the ragged edge of getting the guillotine out and taking people out. You guys know that. When you have your own private fire company,
what about
it's
you,
too far.
though?
What do you mean?
I taped some sprinklers to my roof.
Exactly. I was at Home Depot looking for Flex Seal to make sure they didn't fall off. Yeah, and then I got hoses snaking off the roof. Yeah, I am the one. My wife's like, you have to fix this. I can't, because the hoses were just hanging off the roof, and so I had to go up and I had to organize them.
So, it's the pecking order though. The guy who's living in the Whirlpool box on the corner. Look at this guy. He's got flex tape money.
That's a valid point. It's a valid point. I just think we've lost our way. My new show is doomed to repeat. I wrote this show about because I thought she was going to win, definitely, right? It was just going to be a quaint show about what happened. There's a bit about like the history and stuff. Because my family has been in the country, so I found out. I did a DNA test. Sorry, I didn't have to do an DNA test. There's no
a child.
Yeah, there's no no waitress showed up with a baby with a giant head and Gary Busey teeth. Right. That didn't happen. Shut up! It shouldn't be that funny. It shouldn't be that funny. So, and there's no blood spatter, which is my wife gave me a DNA test for Christmas, which I find aggressively suspicious. Like, what do you need to know? But I found out my family's been here since 1635. Wow. Yeah, I'm OG American, and in all those years, we own nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's no land. We showed up. The Titus just showed up here when you could just pick up gold off the streets, and we were like, I got a bottle of wine, and these native people are sexy as hell. We were just passed out in the bushes.
Do you know, to that point, what is it? Was it 23andMe or which one just sold all of their...
23andMe.
23andMe just they're going out of business, sold all of that DNA data
to Elon Musk. Elon Musk.
I don't know.
By the way, that's the thing. Have you guys done DNA tests?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they
Why?
own it. I know.
Why?
Curiosity.
Haven't we learned? No, but haven't we learned from all these dystopian sci-fi movies where some horrible government takes everybody's DNA to find out who the good people are and who they,
Yeah.
You know
what? You know what overshadows is that might be fun. That overshadows hey, they're going to take over our life for some reason. We look at it and go, that kind of fun. Let's do that. We're not even thinking about it.
I love the staunch. I'm not having monitoring devices in my home. And the truth about everything, my brother,
while he's on his phone, no one's going to follow me.
Right. My brother was in the Secret Service for many years and protected presidents and so on and so forth. Years ago, they could take a regular landline and turn it into a listening device.
Yes.
No problem.
They can watch you if they want to through your computer. That's a real thing. They can. The camera on your computer. They can actually get through your computer, turn your camera on, and watch you if they want to.
So
and
then later
I thought, God, man, they've seen some horrible. They've seen me in some weird. They've seen. Yeah, exactly. There's been some times in hotel rooms where you should just turn the camera off.
Is that Gary Busey?
Stop it!
It's time for the Titus OnlyFans page. If you can only get all that footage.
Yeah, I didn't even know. Why am I getting these checks? I'm getting random checks. And why is the CIA taking a percentage? What is happening?
Oh, my God. That's hilarious.
Oh, my
That's hilarious. There was that, speaking of that, there was that spate of emails going out, and it shows you how, perverted we are as a society. It would end up in your email and it'd say, we have hacked your camera, and we watched you surfing porn sites.
Oh, yeah.
And they had the video, and they're ready to extort you, right?
Yeah,
it was a big thing.
Did this happen? Was this a real thing?
This was recently, yeah. And of course I knew it was junk because I only go to
you're telling us way too much about you, man.
I've never visited. What is it? Pornhub? I think.
Hub. I don't know.
Hub.
Porn mall. Is that what it is?
Something.
Yeah. I don't know.
The latest scam around here, Titus, has been for toll violations. You get these texts almost daily. It's like you have missed X amount of tolls and you need to pay us blah 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 this and that. And you click on the link and boom, they have your information right away.
Yeah, I don't click on anything. I don't even talk to friends anymore.
You're completely cut off from society.
I think the carrier pigeon is coming back. Is all I'm saying. I'll send you a message. I didn't get a text. No, a pigeon showed up with a thing on his leg from Titus.
So and we talk about this all the time again with the contagion of social media and how acrimonious it can be and how life-sucking it can be. Are you somebody who pops on? Are you? What's your usage?
I am an evil human being at times, as you know. Sometimes if the wrong thing happens, I will uncork. I will uncork on a way. I think it's a good and bad thing. I also try to be positive with it at times. Also, listen, right? You've watched enough of my stuff where you're like, okay, sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm very bad.
Anger can fuel great comedy and art.
Not in my case. But yes, I agree. I
disagree. I think that sometimes when you get pent up about something, it'll force creativity to work its way into your brain and then out your mouth.
It follows me on threads.
Yeah.
So sometimes I am.
Well, Chris, you're so rapid fire though, and when we're conversing, when you are typing something out. Do you let it sit for a minute, or is it bang, 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 bang?
You think it through? Yeah. Come on. If thinking through got me, not thinking through got me here. I'm on one of the best radio shows in the country. I don't think anything through. Now, are there consequences? Yes. Yes, there are. I think I might be on my second divorce coming up. Consequences? Might. We're just in there. We're in this weird, unfocused area right now. Let's see what happens.
Seriously? I'm sorry.
I'm kidding.
Okay,
I'm
all right.
I'm just trying to.
You never know. I mean, how many has Gary Busey been through?
Damn it! I've opened up a can of evil words.
It'll never go away.
No, but you know what isn't it? As you get to be, you hit a certain age and everything, you start to. I found this is that you do wait a second before you think in some people don't ever lose the angry young man thing.
Right.
Would you classify yourself as that?
I would say this. I know I'm right now. As I got older, I realized I know I'm right. I know how the world works now, and so I have even less time now. I don't even think it through for a second. Sometimes I don't fix misspellings. That's how sure I am of me.
Do you know what I found though? I found I am over the past years I've been more inclined to listen and to get things that I would not have thought of and embrace my being wrong.
I know when I'm wrong.
And listen to people who I always said, man, don't listen to that. And not even in a political realm or just whatever, but I'm like, step back and go, well, what do you got?
All right, here's what I got. I don't have that.
Okay.
I used to take on every idiot that would come at me. I used to take on every psychopath. I would just fact them. And I realized at one point I'm literally writing a debate with a moron with 2 followers.
Right.
Like, it's not even a guy. It's not even, and so now I just block. Like, if you go to my block list, it is everybody. It is just everybody. I think I have 5 people I like, and that's it. But so I'm just, when you get older, I don't know. I don't have time for the idiots.
I'll tell you this though. You enjoy it, and as Nick said, it generates great comedy. So in that, I mean, so you're gonna have an aneurysm at some point, but you're gonna be a happy man. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. As I go out, as my brain shuts down, I'll be like, that was worth it. Arguing with douchebag 321.
I think you do have time for it. It's where you choose to spend your time, right? And so if you're going to spend your time creatively elsewhere instead of having a meaningless and pointless debate with somebody who you're never going to convince anyway.
Never. He's not going to buy it.
Then why bother?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I will say this, the new show Doomed to Repeat, I do take on, I have a tendency when I do see things, Carlin and Robin were my favorite comics of all time. So the show Doomed to Repeat, again, I wrote it before, it was going to be a quaint show about what has happened, what was happening during election, and it ended up, he won, and it flipped the entire show. I didn't change anything about the show, but all of a sudden the show became really poignant. There's a bit on immigration. There's a bit on the 5th generation problem about going through history. There's and it's one of the best shows I've ever written. But man, it really. The interesting thing about this show is I did a show called Amerigeddon where I really went after him the first time he got elected. And this time I went around it. I didn't go at him. I just went around because my family's here since 1635. So I kind of approached it from that angle. Do you guys know, like I didn't know California public schools suck so bad. Like the history, they never taught us stuff happened before. They just never taught us. So you guys know the Quakers and the Puritans? Mm-hmm. They were like God's Bloods and Crips. Did you guys know this?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know how different they were. Like, so here's how bad it was. The Puritans came over to America, got kicked out of England, got kicked out. The most lovable people, the most polite people were kicked out. Like, pardon me, Puritans, you're trying to impose your religious will on everyone. So we had a meeting over tea, and we've decided that you bastards get the hell out quickly. So I say something way worse in the show. But I just really got that how we're still the same people 400 years later. So we still have one side that wants to run everybody, wants to control everything, including vaginas. And if you don't do what they say, they're going to end you. And you got this other side that wants to let you do anything and everything you want, be who you want. But if you happen to call them the wrong name, you just wish you were dead. And so we're 400 years into that, and we haven't changed at all. And this show is... I was in North Dakota thinking, oh, this is red state. These people are going to go, they're going to hate me. I got a standing ovation in North Dakota.
Wow.
And the last bit is immigration, because everyone has this thing about immigration. Like, get out of my country. Well, everybody on this country is an immigrant. Everybody. You did, unless your name runs with bears or snuggles with ferrets.
Right.
You came from someone else. So I did this long bit on immigration, and I said, all right, because people think, well, yeah, it's my country. Well, if whoever's here first in a country that was developed by immigrants for immigrants, if you think that because you were here first, you get to make the rules, well, my family got here in 1635. So
who preceded your family?
I was here first. So
who preceded your family?
Who what?
Who preceded your family?
Like the Standish, like literally, it was 2 boats. They came over on the Hope boat.
There wasn't anybody here.
Yeah. There was 3,000. Yeah, there was nobody here. There was like 3,000 people. Well, there was other people here, but they lived here already. Okay, they're not here anymore.
Okay,
they fell.
So, Doomed to Repeat is...
Doomed to Repeat, yeah.
It's available now?
No.
This is the show you're doing.
Carrying Monsters. I did a show called Carrying Monsters, which is an hour and 40 minutes about the worst stories of my life. I think I talked about it last time.
That's my website. Because you have your foundation, too, right? You do.
Yeah, the Insight Youth Project.
Which does great work.
What we do is, so many charities, you don't know what you're giving the money to, right? It's spread out. So we pick one charity, and we go, let's say, Covenant House.
Yeah.
And we do one show. All the money from that show goes to that one charity so they can actually spend some money on something they really need. And then we pick, the next year, 2 years later, we pick another charity, and then we raise it for its rate going, because everybody knows where their money's going. Because when you give money to a charity, you're never sure what the hell's going on.
No,
I don't want to pay for a jet.
It's right. Yes. It always sucks when you are like, a charity that you've given money to, and then you see the CEO of the company or the guy or the charity running it, standing in front of a mahogany desk and driving a Lambo. It's like, huh?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Or being
here?
driven in a Lambo is even worse. Do you have a driver? Yeah, that's not cool. So we do that. And anyway, come see the show. The show, what it's done is, because everybody's a little bit rattled about what's going on right now, it makes you feel better about that, and you'll laugh your ass up about it.
Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. You mentioned Carlin and Robin. I assume you mean Robin Williams.
Yes.
What was it about Robin?
No, Robin Thicke. My favorite comedians are George Carlin and Robin Thicke.
Not even Alan Thicke. You went with Robin Thicke.
Yeah. The musician?
You went with that guy.
So what was it about Robin style? Because you hear there's so many people mention Carlin, and it's playing what his influence was. But what was it about Robin Williams as a stand-up? Because I love his acting, and his stand-up slayed me as a kid when I was coming up.
It's weird because Robin opened the toy box that comics didn't know they had. Before Robin, it was Alan Carr. I mean, even Carlin's such a great writer. What Robin Williams did was, and with Reality What a Concept was one of the first albums I ever purchased as a child.
Yeah.
And I remember being blown away. I was already a fan of comedy. I knew I was going to be a comic when I was 5. And he would it was just this pinball of crazy voices, music. And so what happened, but then you see, he did Weapons of Mass Distraction. Mm-hmm. And watch that special. It is as good as any Carlin thing. He just did it differently. He did it like a little kid talking about politics, but he was always very insightful. Carlin went after you. At the end of Carlin's life, even I was like, he's a little grumpy. Come on.
But Carlin was everybody got it. Everybody got it.
Yeah.
Across the board. And the thing that I thought was really cool.
Well, can I tell you a story about Carlin, though? You can say that, but I saw him live once. We were spreading my dad's ashes at the casino. I didn't mean to interrupt you, man. Sorry.
No.
Casino and my dad's ashes, at the casino in Tahoe. We actually walked my dad's ashes and dumped them in the casino. We just kind of walked through and it was weird. I did a bit about it because we really did it. There was a contrail of my dad's dust behind me as I'm walking through Caesar's
people
Palace.
People were inhaling your father.
My sister, yes. Yes, my dad. It's good to know that years later, my dad's somewhere in a vacuum bag in one of the hotels. So if my sister actually walks to a packed blackjack table with a handful of my father and goes like this, and she goes, magic dust, and pit bosses walked up, what are you guys doing? And was looking, no one knew what to do.
Wow.
So, but Carlin was there that night. We get to go see him, and I'm a huge fan. I got to see him live, and at the time I had Titus. I was on TV, so I went to I used that. I hoard that when I had it. That's why if I don't get it anymore, they're like, no, he was a pain in the ass. Don't let him be famous anymore. So I'm sitting at this thing, and I'm watching Carlin, and it's in Tahoe. It's the middle of winter. Skiers are up there.
Wow.
And he's killing it. I'm dying. But what I don't realize is going on behind me is these uptight kind of skiers are kind of behind him. I was ruckus. I heard myself laugh. And so here's Carlin. He's killing it. I think it's some of the most brilliant material. He's working on new stuff. It gets to a point where he just stops and he goes, yeah, everybody wants you to know I'm supposed to do 5 more minutes, but I don't really like you people. And he walks off the stage. And I was, wow. What I didn't know is the audience wasn't digging him like I was. And I said, looking back, I know that when you have that guy in the front row that's laughing way too hard, I was that guy for Carlin. So he's like, I got to get away from this moron, this Gary Busey looking.
I love the story, though, the documentary. I think was it Apatow?
Judd Apatow, yeah.
Tremendous. And there was that moment where Carlin used to be a like a joke, or like a circular joke on himself, because it was, where do we get, coffee, whatever, and the whole pentameter and everything. Yep. And then he had that epiphany, and you had people like even Bill Burr admitting going to see this guy and sort of mock his predictable stand-up, and then he unleashes this new thing, and it was like, unbelievable. They walked out jaws open. They couldn't believe what they saw.
Yeah, there's a moment. I mean, my son started doing stand-up, so that's horrible. He did. He started doing stand-up.
When did he start?
About a year and a half ago, and he wrote his first he called me. He gives me new material sometimes to tell me how it's working, and he wrote his first good joke a year and a half in, where I was like, dude, that's a joke. Can I tell it to you?
Yeah.
This is from Jet Titus. This is his joke. I'm not stealing it. I'm his father.
From Jet Titus.
I really wrote this, if you track the lineage. Through sperm, I wrote this joke. So here's the joke, right? He goes, and it's simple, but he goes, I realized I was in a toxic relationship when my girlfriend poisoned me. and he tells me on the phone, and I was pissed. I was mad. I'm like, that's a good joke, you little prick. I was so mad. And he goes, really? I go, yeah, that's like a TV joke. And so he's learning. He's good.
How old is he now?
He's 20. He's going to college at Sonoma State. And I keep telling him, I literally tried to talk him out of him. Like, you don't want to do this. He goes, no, I love it more than anything, Dad. I want to do it. And I go, well, what do you think of my special? He goes, well, I haven't really watched it. And I'm like, are you out of your mind?
Is there a percentage? And we've heard this many times. Preston will ask this question a lot. The parents on the show will ask, if your kid gets into your line of work, right. But there's got to be a bit of pride that he's right, that he's he's delivering.
I honestly wasn't, because if you suck at comedy, it's really brutal. If it burns in you, but you're not funny, you can't. It's like, I'm going to be a rock star, but if you can't, if you don't have a left hand, well, you can't be a rock star.
Right.
So comedy is even worse than that, is because you have to be funny. And I was helping him a little bit, and then he wrote that joke out of his own, and I was like, okay. All right, if you're gonna, all right, I'll let you hate your life. Go ahead. I'll let you live on the road and stay in the worst hotels ever, and then have some guy try to pay you in cocaine. Sure, whatever, man. You can have fun. Go ahead. You can have some comic steal your crap. Sure, man. This is a good life. You'll enjoy it.
If you look back now, though, and you've had this career, and you had this, all this stuff, and we've gone through the many things from your
TV show, directed movies, had a bunch of kids. I'm on my 11th special. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm still doing morning radio, so I'm not doing that good.
Well, still. We do it every day.
That's a valid point.
Yeah. But
I got to do I got to do the best radio in the country.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. But the truth of the matter is that it seems like you're in a really good place. You're able. You got the outlet with your own, your podcast.
Well, when did you guys finally decide that you guys? Okay, so there's a moment when you guys. Okay, you guys have been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, I can remember.
When was the day you knew that you guys were great at it? Because
we never say that. We never say.
If I said to you guys right now, this is something I could say about you. Like, you use big words because you feel stupid, right? And you'd say, well, man, I need to work on that.
Right.
But if I said you're really a crappy morning DJ, you'd laugh in my face.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So when did that hit where you knew that?
So we've always had fun. Okay, number one, no matter what in this configuration, we've always had a good time, and we were hoping that people would enjoy that. But when we started getting feedback from the audience, that's where it comes from. That's when you know whether it's hitting or not.
Yeah.
And probably when I realized that we had something really special, trying to think of a moment, I knew when we were starting to hit. And I told you the first time I felt that was when an Eagles cheerleader said, I listen to you guys every day. I'm like, you listen.
It's as simple as that. It's those moments. Yeah.
But even now when it goes wrong, you guys still know you're good.
When it goes wrong, you can brush it off, and when it goes great, you can brush it off, and you move. Like, I think that's one of the strengths of the show is when we have a crappy show, which happens occasionally, or every day. You go and you do the next show, right? When you have a great show, we're happy about it, and then we go and we do the next show. And you move on. There's always forward momentum.
But I'll tell you what, Chris, was I think it was accumulative. It was over time because when we started seeing shows coming and going, and we were still sticking around, that's when I'm like, oh, I guess we're pretty good at this.
Time to renegotiate it.
Well, you know what? And you know this. You're probably a proponent of this as well, which is that you never buy your own.
See, proponent. You had to say proponent.
Dude, proponents. That's not a Stephen Hawking word. But you know what I'm saying is that you never buy your own. The biggest pitfall is to buy your own crap. Yeah. We've seen it happen time and time again where people get puffed up with our pecking order is just below local weather guy. But never think you're more than that.
No, I don't mean that. I mean so I just got recently, and what's today? So like last Thursday, I hit this age and I was like, oh, you could say a lot of stuff about me. You could say he's got an anger issue. Yeah, he talks too fast, whatever. I would go, yeah, I probably need to work on that. If you said you don't know how to write comedy, I would laugh at your face.
Yeah.
And I don't mean I'm the best at it, but I'm good at what I do.
Right.
So that's what I'm talking about. When you said I'm happy, and I went back to what you said 4 hours ago when I went on this tangent. Sorry, is that I got to a place where but even this morning, got it this morning, and you guys, I want to do well on your show. So
you always do.
Well, today aside, yes. But I wanted to, but I still get nervous about it. But I know that it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
That just happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I live in constant fear and desperation, constantly. That's how I got this.
And now your kid's funnier than you are.
You're the first one to say it. There you go. I was waiting for it too. My wife did comedy for 15 years, and everybody, she's funnier than you. Yeah, great. Thanks, guys. Yeah. But then again, my kid's funnier than me because my sperm made him funny.
Right. It's evolution. It's like altered states.
He's going to hear that for the rest of his life.
Oh,
funny. You're welcome.
No, it's just you've been to. Your stories are amazing, and the stuff that you've been through. So we, as friends, would like to consider you at least know that you're happy.
I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good.
Excellent.
Even when I'm unhappy, man. Something happened in my life recently, and I told my manager about it, and he goes, "Well, I know what the next show's going to be about." And he was dead serious.
So do you literally have a case where something goes wrong and you just can't wait to get to the stage?
100%.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll literally, like the house fires, like they instantly know that, oh, that's a nightmare. That's 14 minutes of comedy.
Same here. We had over this past weekend, we were in Florida coming back from spring training, and it was massive flight delays. They were like 6-8 hours, ridiculous. And the only thing that was holding on to was, this is going to give us something to talk about next week.
Oh, yesterday I showed up to the show 12 minutes. American Airlines is running like America is currently being run. Holy God, American! I've never been like, and they have an attitude. I'm like, wait. So the week before, my luggage didn't leave L.A. I landed at my gig, and I'm like, where's my luggage? And they go, oh, it's Denver, left Los Angeles. 12 hours ago, and they got mad at me because I was pissed off that I have a show to do. Yesterday, I get on the plane. As I check in, I'm not even in yet, and the lady goes, "Yeah, we're 45 minutes late." I just got here. How are you 45 minutes late? So then she goes, well, you have a 20-minute layover. I go, I can run. That's fine. She goes, yeah, but your luggage won't make it. Like, they're just giving me these horrible facts of their incompetence. Here's the facts of our incompetence. Your luggage is not going to get there. So I have to wait, get another flight. I get here. I literally get here. I walked into the club 12 minutes before showtime last night. Wow. Had to change in the green room. Didn't even go to the hotel.
Oh, wow.
Didn't even go to the hotel. So American Airlines, their new slogan is like, hey, whatever.
Listen, so we had the thing. These guys had the day from hell traveling. Casey and I were traveling the day before.
6 hours is a lot.
There was a 2.5 hour delay.
Yeah.
There was never word one.
Right.
Never word one. The pilot didn't come. Sorry, there was some bad weather over. Never word one about why the delay occurred, right, Case?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No,
So they didn't even apologize.
Nothing.
Nah.
By the way, 6 hours is nice. I was there for 12 hours.
Oh God,
Kathy had it worse.
When did we get to this place where it here's what people always, my wife always goes, you get so fired up when people don't do their job, but I go, because of my job. If I get on that stage and I'm not funny every 15 seconds doing a new show, it's over. I don't get booked again. My job doesn't work. Airlines, we had a plane, came in, my wife on our plane landing, and we get to the runway, and I'm like, we're getting real close to the runway. We're landing, right? And I'm like, it seemed weird. I've been on enough planes to know we were really low. I mean, I'm talking 4 feet low.
Oh, wow.
Like lower than we should be. And all of a sudden, full power, and we go up around. And as we and my wife's dad was a pilot, and she goes, that was weird. She goes, did you hear the wheels come down? Because you always said, whoa.
Yeah.
I go, no, I didn't. So this idiot, whoever was running the plane with 360 people on it, forgot to drop the landing gear.
My bad.
Yeah, he said, guys, we got it. We'd have been fine. It's all right.
Can I tell you a story? It's a true story. My dad, many years ago, it's this traveling salesman all around the country. There's American Airlines, they'll give these plaques.
So you have brothers and sisters that you don't know about.
More than likely. 2 that I know. Anyway, these plaques that, I traveled to the moon and back in miles or whatever. He's on a flight, and he is such a practiced traveler. They're coming in for a landing. It might have been at LaGuardia in New York, and he's traveling with a guy who travels just as much, and they look at each other and go, I didn't hear the landing gear come down. I mean, they're so used to that.
Yeah, right.
And he looks to the stewardess, can you come over? I don't think the landing gear is locked. It hasn't come down. And she goes, it's okay. It's okay. No, I'm serious. Could you do me a favor and just at least mention it to the pilot? They go, a couple minutes pass, the cockpit door opens up, and either the pilot or the co-pilot comes out with like a hand winch.
Oh, to open up the floor?
And lifts up the floor and engages something, and the landing gear goes down, and they gave him like bottles. I mean, more than bottles of champagne they should have given him, but the landing gear wasn't down.
Wow, I love that the guy came up with a crank and hand cranked it down. What was this World War II? What was exactly? And did your father say, "Excuse me, the landing gear is not deployed"? Did he use really good words? How you learned it from?
Deployed.
He did have a good vocabulary.
Of course he did.
Wow. All right, well, listen, we got to wrap, bud.
Great.
It is wonderful to see you.
Repeat, Helium Comedy Club. Come see the show. It's a really good show.
It's a great club. You're
and
hilarious.
It will make you feel better about what's going on, I promise.
Right. So 7 and 9:15 tonight and 7 and 9:30 tomorrow night, heliumcomedy.com. Thank you, sir. Christopher
It's
Titus.
like hanging out with friends. Thank you guys so much.
We appreciate it. It's great to see you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a sec. Stay with us.
Preston and
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right now.
You're up by
Casey's
90.
at 880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey. So no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yeah. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. All right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshaminy Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
Mother I knew it was. You know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80,
it's an 80
point separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Yeah. Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today,
Go ahead, say the F word, Ken.
I know.
You want to say it so badly, we can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Romano.
That's what Dennis hears around Frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment.
For 10 points.
Wow. Okay. See, and this is where the strategy comes into play. Casey.
Yeah.
What's the Delco Dance Club that featured a spaceship and a dancing robot MC?
Listen, it's only worth 10 points, Kathy. Pulsations.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, absolutely. What's the category and what's the wager?
We're going to go 70 points in history.
70 points in history. And I got to get to history.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, man. You play Jeopardy.
Yeah, I didn't do well in my SATs, but...
You even know how to wager.
History. What Bucksco town was named after George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware River to take Trenton by surprise in the Revolutionary War?
Washington Crossing.
She got it right. That's exactly correct. Yes.
I got pulsations. You get that. That's fair enough.
All right. So, what is the score here at the end of round 2?
Kathy with 1,080. Casey with 940.
I need the screen, please. For this, we're going to do something now. A few years ago, we had somebody call up on the phone, and we're going to do the same thing. This time, we are calling this, I don't know who's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The category of I don't know who's on the phone is local businesses. Local businesses. So write down your wager now. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Wagers are in, and we're playing I don't know who's on the phone. Local businesses, the category, and we have our caller on the line. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Would you please present your question for our contestants?
Good morning. My name is Bill. I'm vice president of a local company. We were established in South Philadelphia in 1891. We are headquartered in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and we have 11 locations in Delaware County and 7 in Bucks County. One of your show members currently endorses our company. What is the name of the company I work for?
Okay. Marissa just handed me a note that says it's over.
It is over.
And
that's not fair.
And I shook my head. And I said, no, it won't be because more bitching is going to happen.
No,
It is.
you know why it's not over? Because tonight you're going to wake up screaming, and you'll be reliving it over and over again.
Okay, so do we ask for their answers first, or do I ask our caller on the line what the answer is?
I think what you do is you go to the answers and then
right, and then I do the Alex Trebek. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go, and then we'll have our caller on the line to hang on just a moment. So, Kathy, you were in the lead, and that means you get to go first, I believe, is how that works. So, Kathy, what is your answer?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts, and that is incorrect. I'm sorry. What is your wager, please?
300 points.
300 points. And Nick, what does that total bring her to?
780 points for Kathy Romano.
Casey?
I really could have done a number on myself here, but I blame my brother if I get this wrong, because my brother's philosophy is go big or go home. Okay? My answer is Horizon.
Horizon. That is also incorrect. And your wager?
940 points.
Oh, my goodness. Let me go to our caller. Bill, can you tell these people what company you work for, please?
I work for Acme Markets.
The official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. Casey,
Kathy wins!
Kathy
wins!
Oh, my God! Oh, my freaking God!
Bucksco versus Delco. It was was anybody's game to the very end.
I actually, at the last few moments, was sure you had it, Casey.
I did too.
I was sure, because you're also, it looked as if you wrote a short word.
I did. And you know what really stinks is he's the new president, so I don't know his name.
Well, that's why we chose him, because if it was somebody that you knew by the sound of their voice, they weren't going to be able to. They weren't going to be able to be
Let's focus
discerned.
on what's important. I won! Yes! Where do you want to go to dinner, Casey?
Honestly, I thought for sure.
They're hugging.
If I can have a moment, I prepared something I wanted to say.
Casey's written a statement.
You know, I came here this week, and I didn't know what to expect. Now, I've seen a lot of people hating me, and I didn't know what to feel about that, so I guess I didn't like you much then either. During this fight, I seen a lot of changing. The way yous felt about me and the way I felt about you. In here, there were two people killing each other. But I guess that's better than 20 million. What I'm trying to say here, if I can change and you can change, everybody can change. I just want to say, to my kid who should be at home cleaning, don't forget to scrub the toilets. I love you.
He's a champion anyway.
Not really. Here's the thing. What's great for you guys is, because what I was thinking is if Casey won, then the whole competition would have been evened out and we had to do it again. Now,
we don't have to
I'm
do it.
clearly
Now there's no
the
grudge
winner.
match. There's no grudge match.
2-0.
No rematch.
Ain't gonna be no
I
rematch.
win. Thank you very much. I'm so glad that I didn't disappoint my Bucks County residents and friends.
You honestly, you
Mom,
both
Dad, I love
played
you.
very well. Kathy, you played very well. You did. You and I mean, especially honestly in the trivia, you pulled some things out of the proverbial ass that I had no hope you would get, and you got it.
Thank you
So
very
amazing.
much. Oh my God, this was so fun. Thank you guys.
Of course it was fun.
This
No,
was
it
great.
sucked, I
What
think,
a
for everybody.
fair contest you guys pulled off.
Now watch us find out that Soups is actually the name.
Then I would have 100 points and I still lose. By the way, Kathy, you mentioned Dunkin' Donuts. Did you know that there's 33 Dunkin' Donuts locations
Oh,
in
there's
Delaware
26 in Bucks County.
County? Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Because you did the Wawa question last year.
Do you know how many swim clubs there are in Bucks County?
Listen, you know what? I want to know. I don't know if we're going to do this now or not, but some of the questions that we didn't go over, because there was something that I was sure you guys were going to answer, and I really put a lot of time studying it.
What was it?
I have several other ones, and we don't have time to do it now. But maybe next week we can go through some of the questions, because
we'll do a question purge.
I'm dying to know.
So one of the big things in Bucks County, and specifically Levittown, was the LPRA pools, and I thought for sure you were going to ask questions about those.
Nothing came up about that. So.
And because we were both lifeguards, I could have sworn there was going to be. There were a couple of things where I'm like, all right, what do Kathy and I both have in common? Dunkin' Donuts was obviously the one. And I thought about Acme, but I wasn't sure how many Acmes there were in Bucks County.
Yeah.
So
I had to pick something that both counties had in common.
I know. And
I tried to see if there was maybe a famous person that was born in one county and went to school in another or lived in another.
Right,
and I couldn't come up with anybody.
How about this one?
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Camelback Mountain. And you can join Marissa, Casey, and Nick at Camelback Mountain's 20th annual pond skim tomorrow. They're headed down tonight. Headed down tonight. Get ready for this event. It starts early. It's going to be the wildest end of season party on the slopes, and you can go to camelbackresort.com for details. So the price of real estate is through the roof, but this is something new. A parking spot that sold for $500,000 2 years ago is back on the market for $750,000.
Manhattan or London?
This is in Beacon Hills Brimmer Street Garage. Steve, you know what? It does not say what city this is in.
Is Beacon Hill? That's Boston.
That sounds like Boston, right?
Yeah.
So that is just for a single parking space. The
And
lucky
this is not uncommon where you get these. I mean, that's a mother effer, but they're super expensive.
It's also the name of the fictional town in the movie Teen Wolf.
Are you serious?
Beacon Hills.
So that's where they're parking the van.
That's right.
My God. So the lucky buyer of the space with their Wolfmobile will get to enjoy monthly fees of $291 in property taxes, $238 in homeowners insurance, and listen to this, a $400 a month HOA fee for your parking spot. Wow.
So there are people who laugh that off. It means nothing. You've got that kind of money. But I mean, that is so savagely ridiculous.
There are also limitations on how it can be used. Trucks of any kind aren't allowed, and you're only able to leave or park between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. on weekdays.
You think you can put a smoker on that?
And 6:30 a.m. to midnight on weekends, unless you make special arrangements. As an alternative, a nearby garage charges around $400 a month, a little less than half the monthly fees that you'll get to enjoy for spending $750,000 to begin with.
Jesus.
A man who managed to avoid going to work for 6 years was nominated for a Diligence Award. Joaquin Garcia from Spain simply stopped going to his job because he claims that he had no work to do and he felt bullied. So it wasn't until the 69-year-old was due to receive an award for long service on his 20th anniversary with the company that it was discovered that he had been a no-show for 6 years.
For 6 years. That's how integral he was to the goings-on.
So it's very interesting how it happened. Mr. Garcia, who is dubbed El Funcionario Fantasma, meaning the phantom official, was still receiving his entire salary thanks to a mix-up between two departments that he was working for. So he was employed as an engineer assigned to oversee a wastewater treatment plant. He is now retired. He believed that he was being bullied at his work for his family's politics and was cast away to the plant. But when he arrived, he found that there was no work to be done. So instead of complaining, which he feared would hinder him from finding another job, Mr. Garcia took quiet quitting to a new level, and he just simply stopped turning up to work. Now
he just backed into the hedges.
Now, the two departments that he worked for assumed that the other was overseeing his duties.
There you go.
The water board believed that he was the responsibility of the city council, who thought he was working for the water board. And Mr. Garcia took advantage of the mix-up and occupied himself at home reading about philosophy. So for 6 years, his absence went unnoticed until he was due to receive a medal for 20 years of service.
What would we have done without him?
So Deputy Mayor Jorge Fernandez, who hired Mr. Garcia, was tasked with tracking him down. Alarm bells started ringing when he was told by an employee who had an office opposite Mr. Garcia's desk that he had not seen his colleague in several years. He said, I called him up and asked him, what did you do yesterday? And the month before and the month after that, and he said he didn't want to say. After he was exposed, the company took him to court where he was ordered to pay the equivalent of 1 year of his annual salary after tax. Wow.
What you been doing, buddy?
Yeah. So let's go with this one. A Brooklyn crypto influencer, somebody named Thomas John Safraga, got caught running multiple scams, defrauding at least 17 people of over $2 million. And he pulled it off by pretending to run several fake real estate and cryptocurrency ventures, as well as a made-up latex manufacturing company called Vandalay Contracting Corporation.
Right out of Seinfeld.
That is exactly it. The same name that George Costanza gave the fake business from Seinfeld.
I'm back, baby!
He promised them big profits, but it was all a lie, and he kept the cash.
Wow.
He was sentenced to 4 years in jail last week and will have to pay back the money he swindled.
That's why it helps to have some pop culture knowledge.
No, you're right. You're right. And by the way, crypto has taken a massive dump lately. Lost, I don't even know, like the Bitcoin was like 100. Now it's down to into the 80s and stuff. So I took a bunch of money and I invested in pasta. And I'm telling you, Preston, it's worth every penny.
I knew it. I knew it. Okay.
All right.
How long? How long have you been sitting on it?
A couple days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
I love the assessment of how long he's been waiting to use it.
Sometimes you can tell it's spur of the moment, and that one you kind of sense it was around for a
He's
while.
getting better at not getting all excited about the punchline.
At least your physical,
believe me, man.
your physical tells have pulled back a little bit.
My insides are jumping right now.
Are you nervous when it happens?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to flub.
Yeah.
You don't want to mess it up.
I don't want to flub Robert, like I did last
Robert.
week.
That was for kebab.
Kebab. Fancy kebab.
All right, how about this? A rich guy in Switzerland got fined $110,000 for driving too close to the car in front of him on a highway.
Tailgating?
He was, and he was fined $110,000. So he was in a BMW going 74 miles an hour, just 26 to 40 feet behind the other car for over a mile. Now, why does it matter that he's rich? Well, in Switzerland, fines depend on how much money you make. So, since he's a millionaire lawyer, he got hit with a huge penalty of twice what his car is worth. He tried to fight it in court, saying the rules weren't clear, but he lost and has to pay $14,500 in court fees on top of the fine. The only good news for him is that he won't pay the fine unless he messes up again over the next 2 years.
On average, don't they recommend you stay one car length behind for every 10 miles of speed?
10 miles per hour. That is correct. Yeah. And also, I'm kind of okay with the idea of the richer you are, the more a penalty you incur, because what's to keep you, if you're filthy rich, from almost doing whatever the hell you want, except for repeating and then getting into more trouble. But the same thing with this guy. He won't have to pay it if he's clean for 2 years. So at least they give you that buffer. All right. And then one last story. If you have an iguana problem on Marco Island, there's only one person to call. It's a guy named John Johnson. This is in Florida. The owner and founder of Down Goes Iguana has been removing the invasive pets for years, responding to calls, killing the lizards on site. However, when you remove hundreds of pests in a year, you have a lot to deal with. And he said that's where this was born. And he's laughing about this, talking about it over the grill. While others see it a nuisance, Johnson sees a breakfast opportunity. He harvests iguana eggs with the enthusiasm of a man who has discovered a hidden culinary treasure. And he said, and I quote, "It doesn't get more Florida than this."
So they're eating iguana eggs?
Yep. So his iguana egg recipe isn't much different than your typical breakfast. He combines the rich yolks with a touch of milk, whisking them with salt, pepper, and a blend of Latin-inspired spices, including fajita seasoning and garlic. As the scrambles sizzle, he incorporates diced ham, peppers, and onions, ingredients reminiscent of a classic omelet. He said they're eggs, so I'd treat them like eggs. And he said it tastes like eggs. It tastes like eggs because they're eggs. If I put them in front of you and didn't tell you what it was, you'd have no clue.
Well, I'm looking at these do not look like conventional chicken eggs.
No. They're
not
tiny.
at all. They look like a vegetable.
Yep. And so I don't know how they cook up, but he says it tastes just
they cook up real good.
The real thing. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this
you
morning.
know what, bud?
What?
We have so many things to give away.
Okay.
Wait, how do we do this?
Well, pause the bed. I started it already, and it's a short one.
Take your pick there.
Oh, I wish I would have known about this ahead of time.
Yeah.
What happened?
Wow. Well, we have a lot, and we need to get rid of these today, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Tuesday, April 8th is when the show is for Franz Ferdinand. Marissa, what do you want to do?
Save them for next week. Let's save them for
Monday.
Save these for next week?
Yeah.
And what about these?
Those ones are for next Wednesday.
Well, let me give a couple. Since we've done this, we need to at least give something away. All right. So I tell you what, we'll take a random texter. Let's just text. All right. Is that okay, Marissa? Absolutely. Okay. What would you like them to text? I'm going to give away tickets to see Franz Ferdinand at the
Text,
Fillmore.
I would like to see the Franz Ferdinand show.
On April 8th, and or she just left. I don't know. I think I made her mad.
Sorry, I was multitasking. I was trying to set up a text contest as you were talking.
Oh, well, listen, we can do this however you want. We said we have so many things to give away. I'd like to give away at least one thing. How would you like to do it?
You guys want to try out our new text line?
Yeah, sure.
Is it available?
We can do this.
Can we do it now?
Yes.
Okay, so what?
I bet you even the text line sounds terrible.
What should they text?
Text anything you want to 09. Sorry.
I got the number 610-660-9333. We haven't used this yet. We're taking
more
this
time?
610-660-9333. Just text hi.
Yeah.
How about that? Text hi to that, and we'll pick a texter out of them. We'll set you up with tickets to see Franz Ferdinand at the Fillmore on Tuesday, April 8th. Tickets are on sale via Ticketmaster, by the way. So, again, text the word HI to 610-660-9333, and you will be in the running for
Will you accept both HI and HIGH?
Yes, absolutely.
And don't be startled. You're going to get a text back asking for your name, hometown, and email address. That's because our new text line is like super high tech.
Okay.
So send that back as well, too, so we can put you in as a profile, and then we can say hi to you on the air.
Okay, excellent. And we will take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, music news.
God, Don. This is all me.
Don.
Hang on.
Okay.
I want to do this right.
Yeah.
And did that.
We'll fix it in post.
Fix this in post. All right, here's my music. We'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
William Penn founded two towns on either side of Philadelphia, and he called them new towns. Okay, so there's a Newtown, Bucks County, and a Newtown, Delaware County.
Yeah.
Same question, different answers. So
Interesting.
Newtown, Delaware County was founded in 1681, and then you guys were like 1684 or something like that.
Well, William Penn actually was born in Rutledge and opened up the first sweet roll shop in Croydon.
Yeah.
I did so much research. Meanwhile, we both were like, no, we're not doing anything.
Kathy, Marissa, there's a couple of pieces of paper underneath my
I
computer.
did so much research on, and it didn't need to be, because I knew you weren't going to stick to Levittown, even though that's where I grew up. But, there's all of those sections. All of the sections have different street name, or have the street names with the same letter of the section. So I memorized 3 street names for each section. In case you asked me the same question.
Well, but then both of you were full of crap that you weren't studying.
Dude.
Listen,
did
and
you
it
see my
wasn't
study
until
sheet here?
Look at his study sheets.
It wasn't until last
It looks
night.
like his tax returns.
Steve, I did it last night laying in bed. My cousin, Katie, texted me and she goes, if you're not studying, I'm going to be so angry. And I was like, oh, no, I'm studying, I promise.
Yeah, so like shopping, I'm surprised you guys didn't ask me about the bazaar. I remembered, like, because the bazaar's not there anymore, but I remember.
Casey, there was a question about the bazaar that was, what is the name of the store that used to sell rock T-shirts at the bazaar?
That might have been Comic Universe. I don't know.
No, it was
for
Rock
sure.
Tees.
Rock Tees, yeah.
So you wouldn't have gotten that one right.
And I want to thank Levittown Now, because they did an article on, or they did an interview with me a while back, but he sent over like a fact sheet on Bucks County.
Really? Do you know what the population is in your county?
You know what? I didn't go there because I thought we kind of covered that yesterday.
Yeah.
What is it in Delaware County?
562,960.
I know there's 17,311 homes in Levittown.
Oh my God!
Ridley Creek State Park is 2,600 acres. There's 191 square miles in all of Delaware County. 184 of which is land.
Driftwood Water Adventures operates out of Tyler State Park and Falls Park.
Yeah, Strathaven High School is actually named after Thomas Leaper's hometown in Scotland. And by the way, I'm going to start a petition now, because the Strathaven mascot is the Panthers, and because it's named after a town in Scotland, I feel like their mascot should be the Griffins.
Okay,
the Griffins,
fair enough.
right.
Start that petition.
Nick Murphy, also from Bucks County. Did you know that there was an East and West Levittown? I did not know that, and it is split by Edgeley Road. Yes.
Wow. What's the oldest library in Bucks County?
Oh, you know what? I think is it gone? It's gone, because the library that's there now is new.
Do you realize you're providing questions for when we do this again in 30 years?
No, we're not doing it again. I win.
The first library, I think the oldest library in the country is in Delaware County, Casey.
If it is, then it's Darby Library, because that's the oldest in the county. And then the longest tenured mayor in Delaware County, he's been mayor for 44 years, Frank Kelly in Collingdale.
Okay.
Shout out.
Bob Casey, Pat Toomey.
Yeah. Well, Bob Casey's for
Brian
both of us.
Fitzpatrick.
Do you know who your city councilman chairman is?
No, I didn't do councilman. I just
John
did the Senate and
McLean.
House of Representatives.
Bob Brady. That's our.
What else do I have?
The 7th congressional district is vacant right now.
Levittown's 22 square miles.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
That's to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell. She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like
history in Russell.
It's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back, and it was wonderful. She plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. Those commies.
In what?
In The Americans.
Oh, The Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah. You know, The Experts.
The Experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Carrie Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Got a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says
got
she
a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
And we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the...
Oh, yeah, this is nice. It's good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
These are the kids. I'm going to help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh,
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story unlike any other.
Walk this way, kids. We go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing. So.
And all this is taking place in Felicity.
In Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
Yeah. Hey, I noticed a few things.
Oh, my God.
Yes! I did. I absolutely, positively.
He's back.
Yeah.
You know what he does. He notices things so you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're too busy sleeping 3 hours a day on your job.
Yes, it's true.
He's out there noticing.
Hey, you know what I noticed? I noticed that my penis looks a little bit bigger in the summertime.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I think I know that's why is that? You tend to be trimmer in the summer, don't you?
No, this is something that was on Reddit, and I just used me as an example. This is not true, but apparently there's something called a summer penis.
And the living is easy?
Or summer penis
makes me feel fine.
So on Reddit, one user asked if others experienced a, quote, bigger D in the summertime and smaller in winter.
Bigger D.
I'm paraphrasing.
Winter's coming. Winter's coming. Smaller D's for everyone.
Men said soaring temperatures cause their junk to appear larger. And when they're happy, so to speak, when they're at attention,
clap your nuts.
Apparently, it's better.
When you're happy and you know it, clap your nuts.
Squish, squish.
Ow.
Dr. Dudley Danoff.
Dr. Dudley Danoff does not exist.
Author of The Ultimate Guide to Male Sexual Health says that hot temperatures cause blood vessels to widen.
Yeah.
And you may swell a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm swelling right now.
Urologist Smith on 93.3 WMMR. It's about 18 minutes after 10 o'clock. Friday morning. No sad, bro. Very, very soon we give away that Word of the Week prize. So looking forward to doing that very thing. So hang out if you've been collecting the letters. Don't want to miss your opportunity. All right, we're going to give away something. Oh, wait, no, before we do that, Marissa wants to plug an event coming up.
Thank you.
Marissa?
I got nervous. I was like, oh, no, I have to go answer that. But then I wanted to do this. Well, it's less of an event and more of a charitable thing. So a really, really good friend of mine passed away a couple weeks ago. His name is Rich Colley. He was one of the most genuine, sweet people I've ever met. He was... he always put other people first before him. He owned a bar in Philly called Varga Bar. It was kind of like the hub of the craft beer scene. He kind of grew it into that over the past couple of years. Somebody recently called him the linchpin of the craft beer community, and he really was. He was just, Rich was always up for doing anything, was very helpful, and he's just super sweet, and it was a big loss. Sorry if I'm getting a little choked up because he was just really a sweet person. And he had a cardiovascular issue, so it was heart related, and I have some other things coming up with that I'm going to talk about. But what I want to talk about right now is all of his staff is now out of a job because Varga is temporarily closed because of that. So they're doing a fundraiser kind of. So he had been working on some merch that he was going to sell for Philly Beer Week. He's calling it like the City Connect version of the Varga logo, and so it's all available right now. If you go to it's kind of weird to find. So the easiest place is if you go to my Instagram, it's in my link tree. And there's some City Connect Varga shirts. There's some Rich Loves Me shirts, which he had created for Philly Beer Week a couple of years ago. And all the proceeds from the shirts will go to his staff.
Just help
them out.
PrestonandSteve.com as well?
I will do that as well, too. I'll put it on Preston Steve or Marissa Magnata on Instagram. And just help out those guys. If you've ever been to Varga, you know that team. They're just really great people. I was there a week before he passed. I was there with Tyrone and his wife Elizabeth a few weeks before that. So I don't know. We miss you, Rich, and he's just such a great person, and the community misses you.
It's cool looking merch too. We're looking at it right now: hoodies and baseball tees and jackets and ring shirts and stuff like that. So sorry to hear about your friend.
Very sad.
Thank you, guys.
All right, no
Thank
problem.
you.
All right, we're going to now ask the lesson question. We are going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Live Thursday, April 24th, X-Site Center, Parks Casino. And the question that we will go with this morning is, in the Connoisseur segment, we found out what food item actually started the war in the movie 300. Let's see if you remember what that was. I didn't remember until I saw this and Nick had written it down. So what food item actually started the war to the movie in the movie 300? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to use our old text number. All right, text the word Zoom to 39333. We will incorporate the new text number in different ways as we move forward, but right now we're using the old one for this. Text the word Zoom to 39333. We'll send you the link, and then you can click on that and jump on, and maybe we'll grab you. But you need to know what food item actually started the war in the movie 300. So do that now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Barlow Chevy, making insane deals on every new Chevy in stock. Barlow has the vehicle that you need at unbeatable prices. You can visit Barlow Chevy today. Together, let's drive. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, NBC announcing that Law and Order Organized Crime will be moving to Peacock for its 5th season. NBC says the move to Peacock allows them to claim the series wasn't canceled when, come on, it really was.
Hey!
Joan Rivers' daughter, Melissa Rivers, revealing she married longtime boyfriend Steve Mitchell in Wyoming on Saturday. Melissa says she loves Wyoming because she virtually never hears a discouraging word.
Oh, my God.
And finally, cruise ship medical drama Dr. Odyssey premiered a crossover episode with the Angela Bassett series 911 last night. In the very tense episode, a passenger's airlifted off the ship after suffering a profound shuffleboard accident. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will check in and see if we have somebody lined up who is going to answer the question. Nope, nobody has checked in at all on this one. So I told you, I knew it was a tough question. Like I said, I didn't even remember the answer.
I said it
to
and I forgot.
What was the question again? I don't remember what the question was.
What food item?
Who are you?
What food item actually started the war in the movie 300? Okay, what food item, cheeseburger, actually started the war in the movie 300? If you happen to have an idea, you can text.
It pertained to Casey's story.
You can text the word Zoom to 39333 and we'll send the link to you. Case, I need you to flip these two.
All right.
And we'll go ahead and get music news started, and then we will come back and see if we can get a winner.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
That's like 4 solid mistakes that we've made today.
That's
No
it.
sad, bro.
It was, no sad, bro.
No sad, bro.
It's our way of picking you up. So today you'll realize that however poorly you perform on your job, you still did better than we did.
All right, brought to you by Adam Mechanical, now Adam Home Services for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And to celebrate their rebrand, you'll save $50 on your next service. Visit AdamHomeServices.com. If we get anybody, Marissa, just put them up. And
cheeseburger.
I'll get them on. What was that?
Cheeseburger?
Oh, I'm sorry. So Metallica's guitarist says... I don't think we've ever done that before. Metallica's guitarist has a lot of guitars, enough to fill an entire large book. Kirk Hammett has released a new coffee table book titled The Collection Kirk Hammett, showing off his extensive guitar collection. This 400-page book offers detailed stories behind each instrument with photographs by renowned rock photographer Ross Halfin. The book is available in 3 editions. The standard for $149, a deluxe for $299, which is limited to 1,500 signed copies and includes exclusive photographs and the custom edition.
Are the guitars in lingerie or what?
No, it's just guitar naked. Yeah, actually.
Wow.
So the top of the line edition is limited to just 300 copies, and it comes with a signed art print and a miniature replica of Hammett's 1979 Gibson Flying V guitar. The custom edition will set you back $799.
Wow. Do you have a guitar currently at your house?
A guitar what?
Do you have a guitar? And did you have it at your house? Okay.
Yep. The book is available now through Gibson Publishing on their official website. Yeah, I have an acoustic guitar.
And Casey, you do as well, yes?
I do.
Kathy?
No.
No? I thought you have a big...
Nick, you have a guitar, don't you?
I do have a Taylor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kathy, you have a gong, right? A big gong. And
I did have an electric guitar in my basement at one point. I don't know if I got rid of that.
All right. So, Disturbed's lead singer, David Draymond, is... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, my God.
This just in.
This just in. We might have someone who has an answer. We're going to go to Mark, who is joining us via Zoom. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Wonderful, bud. Okay, so do you happen to know what food item actually started the war in the movie 300?
Would it be cheeseburger?
Oh, my God.
How did you get it?
Yes. Hang on, Mark. We are going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks live Thursday, April 24th at the Excite Center at Parks Casino. To purchase tickets, visit parkscasino.com. Must be 21 or over. Okay, gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I said over, and then I meant to say older, but I said over again.
It's okay.
No sad, bro.
No sad, bro. Yep.
All right, at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock. Shut up. It's not like I have a history of doing that.
A lot of words, man.
All right, David Draymond is suing his former landlord over mold issues in a rental home in Coral Gables, Florida.
Coral.
Coral. We need to get.
We have it.
We do have coral?
Yeah, we have coral.
All right, hang on a second. Draymond claims that he paid $18,500 a month for.
This isn't the what is it? What does he have with that? There we go.
Okay. Yeah, Coral Gables, Florida.
Yeah.
So Draymond claims that he paid $18,500 a month for the 5,200 square foot house starting in December 2022, and then discovered mold and leaks that weren't disclosed before moving in, which he says harmed his health and singing career.
I left that as a surprise.
Yeah, in September 2024, he sought to end the lease, accusing the landlord of fraud and negligence.
It's ruined my voice.
You sound the same.
Draymond also alleges that the landlord hasn't returned his $37,000 security deposit. Wow. Draymond and his then wife and son moved to Miami 3 years ago after living in Honolulu. He sold the home that he had bought there after divorcing his wife. There you go. That's a good one. All right, and then finally, one more plug for our buddy Sammy Vile and his band Vile Bread. They're doing a tribute to Radiohead's The Bends at 118 North and Wayne, and it's today. Tonight at 9, actually. Doors are at 7. And tonight at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock. He said they're going to perform the whole album plus many more Radiohead tunes, and wanted to get a little plug. So we're throwing that out for Sammy Vile and Goo.
And go.
Go. Quick question. So that's like that was found that way, sped up, right? Was that the way it occurred?
I didn't say it that way.
Right, obviously, but when we played back the file,
tonight at 7 o'clock. It's pitched up a little bit.
Yeah, I remember you being surprised that it was pitched up, right?
Yeah.
It was like that corn riff that has with the farts.
We don't know how that happened. All right, that's it. That's music news. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll wrap up the program. We'll give away that prize. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Dr. Jamin Brambot.
Stop it. This is fake.
There's not even,
Dudley Jamin.
Dudley Danoff.
And his nurse, Katrina Thunderrod.
This is urologist Dr. Now, I'm probably pronouncing this. It's probably Yamin, Jamin. I just said
Yamin.
Jamin.
You got yourself a big penis there, man.
Brambot, which is Brahmbhatt.
Maybe it's Jamin, and his real name is like Benjamin, but
he changes it
instead of going by Ben, he goes Jamin.
It's quite possible.
Well, Yamin Brahmbhatt says that men's penises always remain the same size, but adds that blood vessels near the surface may contract to maintain heat, and that hot weather may cause those blood vessels to fill to the max.
We're not talking about a 1.5-foot increase. We're talking perhaps just a general. Now, however, though,
fullness.
When you lose weight, it does appear to be larger. Correct?
I would think so.
Stand to reason.
I would guess so. Yeah.
So that's. But I mean, yes, in the engorging process, perhaps.
But also,
Bill loves all these words, by the way.
Don't you feel like your fruit hangs a little bit lower during the summer just because
it's sad?
Not necessarily that, but it's just it's warmer, so
I think so.
Things
right?
are looser.
For proper child production, the baby batter must be cooler, right? That's why your testicles are the way they are in the body's configuration. They always say to you, loose and cooler. Is the you guys have kids?
I don't know. I didn't look that much into it.
You didn't chill them up before you got it on.
But it is sophisticated.
Spray them with some CO2.
It is sophisticated equipment that is meant for the purposes of of reproduction. Yes, and therefore it maintains to a certain temperature so that your equipment
Your big
work
DLT.
properly, and you're cool on the cool side and hot on the hot. Anyway, we'll move on to something else. I just liked it because the headline was "Heat Waves Lead to Summer Penis."
Oh yeah.
From the Noticer.
Thank you.
Makes me feel fine. Blowing into jasmine across my sack.
Love that song. Can't help it.
I did notice something else.
More from the Noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
your fingers.
No.
And your toes.
Not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. And they have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, dude, just give me.
Do not like that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media. You know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think that's
the radio.
What I would use it for.
Playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone. It'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Yeah,
That's what it would be.
Yeah.
Hey, Lauer.
Because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes. Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, Lauer. Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft.
Summer Breeze. Fine.
So Lantern Entertainment and the Weinstein Company have come to terms on two major sticking points in their deal, a price and a close date. So they agreed on a final purchase of $21 million and expect to close on July 13th. A bankruptcy court hearing is scheduled for July 11th, and Lantern also agreed to make numerous payments to creditors to avoid a lengthy court battle.
All right, so and they're obviously going to not use the name Weinstein, right?
Oh, no, yeah, they're not. I don't think they're going to do that.
Charles Manson Productions.
So they're going to.
They figure it has a better reputation.
Hell yes. So they're getting closer to.
And then you can have Manson instead of the MGM Lion.
Wouldn't that be awesome? His face in that circle logo.
Right.
I love it.
This is one of these meetings in with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh, my God.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
to you, if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by this time,
legit?
Well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, And then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen.
Yeah.
You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be
3-3 WMMR, still dancing. It is 10:39. It's Friday morning, and we are at the tail end of our radio program. Shortly, we will be giving away our Letter of the Day, Word of the Week prize to a lucky individual. And if you've been keeping track of the letters, hang tight. It'll be just a moment. I would like to thank our guests on the program today. First of all, Mr. Landon Dickerson of your Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. I love that guy.
Yeah. Regular guy.
He was so easy to talk to and loves cutting grass.
Dare I say, Kelsey-esque.
Kind of. Yeah. In a little bit of a different vibe, but that really everyman kind of thing. But I thought I knew the story about the lawnmower and everything that he got, but I didn't know he really, really, really loves cutting grass. Like, that's what he wants to do.
I could connect to that, yeah.
And I love the Forrest Gump reference, Nick. I cut that grass for free.
Well, and Casey pointed out he went to Alabama as well.
Yeah. It must run in the, in the state. So thank you to Landon. And also joining us in that same segment was Steve DeLong. And Steve's son has autism, and they have a special fundraiser that's coming up this weekend. It's at the Daisy Tavern. I'm sorry, it's next week. It's next Thursday. And that's in Conshohocken. It starts at 6 o'clock. And as you can imagine, well, first of all, Landon's going to be there. You can come get pictures and stuff. They have all kinds of autographed merch that you can bid on or you can buy and all kinds of different things. And Nick and Kathy are going to show up at the event too. And it's for Steve's son, Bradley. So they really need to raise some money for this. So if you can join, that'd be great. And then we had Titus, Christopher Titus, who's at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. And as always, full of energy.
I want to remind anybody or invite anybody to join me and Nick and Marissa tomorrow at Camelback for their the 20th annual pond skim. It's happening. I think festivities start around 9 a.m., but it is a party. It is going to be a good time. So if you were thinking about it or if you didn't even know about it, check into it. CamelbackResorts.com has all the information.
What is it?
So,
because I've been hearing you guys talk about it.
You ski down the mountain. It's like an end of the season celebration. You ski down the mountain, then they literally have a pond of water, and you got to try and see if you can skim across the entire pond.
So you're snow skiing down the first part and trying to water ski across.
That's exactly it.
Exactly it.
And it's pretty wild to see it, and a lot of people surprisingly can clear it.
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's great. What time is that tomorrow?
So 10 to 2. But like registration, all that stuff starts at 9. But start the party tonight. We're going down tonight.
You're probably the most accomplished skier on the whole staff, dude. You should do this someday.
I could do it.
You could.
I can't do it tomorrow, but I will do it another time.
That'd be great to see that.
I would like to. Oh dear.
Yeah, we're watching video.
It looks
of
like
it.
they're going into the swimming pool.
Yeah, no, they
carve it out.
Yeah, they probably
like
have
a swimming pool almost, doesn't it? I'm sorry, what?
No, nothing.
They use a liner. There is a liner to keep the water in, so it doesn't, drain into the earth.
And there's a water park, and so basically this is the transition from ski season to the water park season. So they have Camel Beach the rest of the year, and it's Camelback Mountain for
Camel Toe is their other attraction.
There they go as a client.
It was nice while it lasted.
Yeah.
Nick. Well, it looks great fun, kids.
Yeah. Nice. All right, letter of the day.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
S as in Saturday.
All right, and we'll take caller number 7 as with an S. All right, so caller number 7, or no, not a caller. You got to Zoom. You got to text the word Zoom to 39333. We will send you that link. You click on that link. We'll put you in the queue, and we're not taking a number. We're just taking somebody randomly. That's kind of how it works now. We don't do numbers anymore.
We don't do numbers.
I don't know what the
Who's
hell
got
we're
time
doing.
for numbers?
Yeah. So
They
yes.
tell me the full phone system will be back about the middle of April.
Oh.
So I mean,
that's
it's been
later
a
than we were.
major reconstruct that they had to do, and it's you wouldn't think it'd be that complicated, but it's very complicated, and they're working really hard on it.
To have all the lines that we get, obviously, and we have active lines during the show, and have all those multiple lines run in here. I mean, they're literally doing the entire system over again.
From scratch.
Yes, with state-of-the-art technology.
They dug up Alexander Graham Bell to help them. I mean, it's that complicated.
Yeah.
State-of-the-art technology?
Well,
technology.
It is technology.
It is. Technically, it's technology.
Right, yes.
That we'll be using, yeah. All right, what are you doing on this Friday?
On this program today, more tickets for the Black Keys just went on sale for the Borgata August 9th. Then Workforce Bucks continue our celebration of women during International Women's History Month with a full block of the Pretenders. They don't get cooler than Chrissy Hind and company. We'll get into a fun block. Marissa will like this, of Rancid. And in honor of the Black Keys, we'll get a block of the Black Keys on, too.
Cool. Fantastic. All right, Marissa, do we have anybody? Yes, we do. Okay, so we are going to go to, hey, it's Molly. Hey, Molly.
Hi,
How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful. Thanks for checking in. Do you happen to know what our word of the week is?
I do. It's guess, Guess.
Boy, I guess.
That's right. That is absolutely correct. Molly, this is a really cool prize. So we have a road trip for you and a friend to go to Washington, D.C. with PhillySportsTrips.com, and you get to see the Phils versus Nationals opening day on Thursday, next Thursday.
Wow.
And Philly, I don't know what all they have in store for you, but it's Philly Sports Trips. You're going to be well taken care of, all right?
Okay.
All right, congratulations to you, Molly. Have a good time.
Thank you.
All right, you got it. Well, what'd you say?
I said thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought she added something else at the end there. Hang on, Molly. We'll get your info and we'll set you up. Don't forget that there's more information and more trips available at PhillySportsTrips.com. And
Preston, she said, for a taste of more, it's Encore.
It's, well, that's all the rage.
I'm not ready yet.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
For tasting more, it's Encore.
All right, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And by Adam Home Services, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. AdamHomeservices.com. Next week, looking forward to this. We have some really great people on. Comedian Annie Letterman is going to be joining us. Another one of our favorite guests who will be in the studio, Brian Callen, is in town.
We love Brian Callen. It's been a long time.
Yep. We will also have joining us from Whose Line Is It Anyway, the wonderful Colin Mockery. And ladies and gentlemen, next week on this program, Rick Springfield.
Yes. Oh, my God, that's so cool.
Yep. So it's going to be a cool week.
I love that song.
That is it. We are done. Rage on, and you have yourself a fantastic weekend, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.